Welcome to King's Resort. This is the Swiss Poker Open. It's the final day, final 24 players. This €500,000 guaranteed event has produced the goods once again with over 1,000 entries, buying 500 plus 50. We're down to just 3 tables, 8 players on each table. On our feature table, we have some familiar faces. We have the Razor Payam 2.9 million, and we have Robert Wynn, the chip leader. You can see him there, top of the chip count chart. Win with 85 big blinds. Blind level still 30,000, 60,000. We started that last night when we were on the final 3 table bubble. Player busted out, so we'll play the remaining 40 minutes or so of that 30, 60,000 blind level. Clock will move to a 1 hour clock. Plenty of play in this Swiss Poker Open main event. Huge festival here in King's Resort. And right now, this is our feature table. 8-handed. Our TD just giving the order that everything good to start, shuffle up and deal. And we have one of Europe's top dealers in the hot seat pitching cards for the beginning of this day 3, final day. You're very welcome. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be covering the action live from King's Resort all day. Seat 1, you see the UK based player, the Razor, 2.9 million, average is close to 2 million. That's the short stack. Danny, black shirt, very short. That's the real experience there. Just making himself a cocktail. David Taborski, the local player. Huge results. WSOP gold ring winner. And then you can see the chip leader there, Robert. Seat 7, 5.2 million. But under the gun here is Danny, very short. He's basically 5 big blinds, and he's going to be posting big blind ante next hand. So you're going to see the Italian forced to move a stack in. That's the chip leader and the cut off there. Robert Wynn. This is Zelko Maric, originally from Croatia, based in Switzerland. 2.5 million stack blinds, 30,000, 60,000. Folded around to Zelko, the button position, and he makes it 125,000. That's Payam, the Razor, and Sarian. In the small blind position, folding out, and Gabor, one of 2 Hungarians on our feature table. Gabor defends. We go to a flop. You can see the graphics in the background there displaying the name of the event. This is a really super festival. It attracts all kinds of punters. Main event 500 buy-in, and then another highlight of the festival is that high roller. The high roller again produced the numbers. We had a winner very late last night. It was 4:30 a.m. before we had the winner of the high roller. There was a deal done heads up. Tiago Santos Martins from Spain came out on top, 20,857 was the payday for Tiago. almost 100 entries in that high roller, but we're going to be sticking with the main event for the next few hours. In fact, it's going to go well into the evening. It's a 1 hour clock. Now, Taborski, full of experience, over $500,000 in tournament earnings, the Czech player opening here. With ace deuce suited, the chip leader. King 10 suited, not interested in getting involved. Taborski started the hand with about 1.3 million. Suited ace, so powerful, these aces. And we're going to see, oh boy, this is desperate. I was going to say Danny's going to put it in with any two. But he actually folds the 5-3. I think, I don't know, there's a very strong argument for calling there. I mean, he has pure trash, but he's such a huge investment into the pot. He literally is down to fumes here. He's posting 30,000. I think he has 170. So 30,000 will leave him with 140,000, which is two big blinds. Putty Bob in the Twitch chat says, welcome back, Henry. And Putty Bob, just to let you know, my name is Finton, but I do know, Henry, unfortunately, you're stuck with me. Henry is on the other side of the planet, grinding online, enjoying life. I'm sure he will be back in the booth at some stage, but you're stuck with me, I'm afraid. As we watch this Swiss Poker Open main event folded around, he goes with 10 high. Why not? All in 170k. Two bigs, and it's interesting. Alfredo, I mean, it's horrible stuff. 110,000 to call. Getting like close to 3-1, I think that's a call. I really do. Danny is delighted with himself, picking up the big blind ante. I'm not sure about these folds, but perhaps my mathematics is a little bit off. I think you got to be calling there with that kind of price. Getting close to 3-1. Yeah, I know you've got pure trash. I understand this. 5 high, unsuited. But the chances are you're live. Now, on the button, folded around to him. Got to be shoving here, surely. No. Okay. Alfredo. Well, he's going to be folding 3 deuce in the small blind if he's not calling 5-3 off for one big blind. So you can see there, Fisher getting a walk with 8 deuce offsuit. And Danny missed an opportunity, folded around to him on the button. Queen 9 decided to put the brakes on. So we already have a bust out on the outer table. 23 now remain. in the Swiss Poker Open main event. Chip leader is Robert Wynne. This is the Razor, seat 1 from the UK. All these players now locked up, €2,761. Gabor with 10s, just playing this a little passive. Gabor began the day with 20 bigs. Wow. Fisher with queens. Gabor just flatter with the 10s. Fisher is going to 3-bet to 380,000. Taborski gets out of the way, action with the Razor. Small pair, this is so difficult to play these hands. Out of position, not closing the action, so much going against him. I think he could just let this go. Threes do go into the muck, and now action with Gabor. He's not going to be folding 10s. It's too big a hand to lay down. Does have the benefit of position post flop. Pocket 10s. Doesn't look comfortable. It's costing him $250,000. It's 30% almost of a stack. Looks at the clock, thinking of making a stand for sure. He's thinking of 4-bet ripping here, but he's also thinking of folding. Such a big percentage of his stack to put in, but he decides to go with it. He lets rip. He's going to get snapped off. A Fisher snap calls, has the money in quicker than Gabor. And Gabor up against it. Now you can see his equity is quite decent, 24%. There is a queen in the bin, so should he hit a 10, he really would be in spectacular shape. But this ace, jack, 6, 2 diamonds, no diamond in any player's hand. It's irrelevant with the 2 of spades on the turn and just a 10 and 10 only, but it's over for Gabor, who's eliminated in 22nd place. 2 bust outs, the outer table. Interesting situation where he to 3-bet with the 10s and then probably face a cold 4-bet all in from this gentleman. May have been a chance for him to get away, but I think the way he played it, he just couldn't escape there. Flat calling the original raise with the 10s, and then an aggressive player like Fisher 3-betting. He decided, well, chances are he's flipping, and it could be a situation where Fisher was squeezing with a weaker hand like 8s or 9s. Fisher had the goods and eliminates Gabor, who busts out in 22nd place. He'll receive 2,761. We're down to 21, 7 players in each table. Still about 30 minutes left in this 30,000, 60,000 blind level. Alfredo 1.5 million stack, and the cutoff here decides to fold the Queen Jack. And this was really the standout player from yesterday's stream. A. Fischer, the Hungarian, on the button here. Of course he's going to open when folded around to him. He's got the chips, and he certainly has the ambition. The dealer just asking the two Italians to keep it in English. Now, chip leader, 3 deuce. Doesn't get any lower than this. However, he is suited, getting a price 85 to call with almost 300k in there. So the chippy makes the call with 3-2 of clubs. Now, interesting flop. Open ender for a Fischer, the pre-flop raiser, but Wynn will feel this board will be favouring him. He does have the good shot with the backdoor clubs. In fact, backdoor straight flush is possible in his mind. It's not, obviously, with Fischer with that 5 of clubs blocking that. So Wynn will be sticking about here. If you're going to defend with 3-2 and flop a good shot with the backdoor clubs, you're certainly going to continue for at least one street and Wynn cuts out 190,000. In fact, these are 100k chips, so this is a check raise from Wynn. Fischer now not liking the situation. He will want to continue because he is open-ended. Obviously concerned. He's up against a 4 here. There's a possibility he could be drawing dead. Now, ace on the turn. Card that favours Fischer for sure. Win. Decision time. Does he continue with the story, or does he shut down? He shuts down, and Fischer surely checks this back. Gets his free card. To the straight, there's always the chance he's up against a 4 here. And I mean, it's just a brutal situation where he'd get check raised again. But look at this. I mean, he's just so aggressive, Fischer. He's targeting a 6 here to move Win off a 6x. And it's over. Hand is over. There's nothing Win can do here. Made his move on the flop. But Fischer had a piece of it. He was open-ended. And Win decides can't do anything on the turn. And now we have a new boss. Normal service has resumed here with A. Fischer, the Hungarian, taking the chip leader position. And boy, does he take this responsibility serious as the chip leader. He will not sit back for sure. This guy has been super impressive, and as one of the viewers pointed out in the chat, Mowgli also super impressive on that yesterday's live stream. Now, action with the short stack. 21 remain, 3 tables, 7 players in each table. Danny folds, Alfredo in the hijack here with the Jack 4 spades. 1.5 million stack he folds, and this is the table boss. And any two will be good enough for A. Fischer to open in late position. Got a little bit of resistance from the former chip leader Robert Wynn in the last hand, but Fisher is just going to put the foot right down now. And you can see Wynn folding an ace in the small blind. But Zelko Maric in the big blind position here. Zelko Maric, based in Switzerland. 2.6 million stack. Pocket fives considering. 3-bet obviously. Given that Fisher is continually opening. But he just cuts out calling chips. Puts in the additional 85k and we're going to see a flop. Zelko Maric with the pocket pair and Fisher with 2 overs. Jack, 3, 2 pair for Maric. 5s and jacks. Fisher, none of this of course. But action on Zelko first. Interesting board. And Zelko's actually going to donk lead this. I don't mind this at all. Because there's very little chance of him getting raised here. Look at this float from A. Fisher with Queen 7 off. I mean, he's just so stubborn, so sticky. And now Zelko Maric shuts down. And we're going to see Fisher just steal another one. A super small sizing. May be small enough for Maric to continue. 9 on the river. Completes a straight. Fisher with a blocker to that straight. Well, he's 2 blockers. 7, 8. 8 queen. And he has Queen 7 in his hand. Maric checks Fisher. Well, you would think he'd check back, given that he got called on the turn, but no chance of Fisher. Wow, what a call. That's pretty impressive, this snap call with the 5s. Guess the sizing was very attractive. 265,000. River bet. Average stack you can see in the top right there now, 2.4 million with 21 players. Alfredo. Big slick suited. Compulsory open incoming from Alfredo. Big blind still 60,000. He makes it 150,000 to go. And Taborski not really getting involved so far. Maric 3.5 million. I was impressed with that call. I really was. Guess the sizing just from Fisher was just so small that Maric got the odds. Very attractive price to call. Now, big blind is razor. Not interested in defending with 4-2. And the Italian takes that down. What moves blinds posted? Now Fisher with the fours. So 21 players left in this Swiss Poker Open final day. All of these players guaranteed 2,761. Average stack about 2.5 million. And that's our chip leader, Fisher, folding. This is David Taborski. Massive experience, but not going to be doing anything. 17 bigs. But Zelko Maric certainly up for the task here. Pocket nines in the cutoff. We're going to see Maric open, the Croatian, now based in Switzerland. So 150,000 open on the cutoff. This is the razor on the button. Jack 3 offsuit. You can see the field size on the top right, where the graphics displayed the field size down clicking to 20 players. And it looks like a 3-bet from the razor. So late position open, and the razor 3-bets on the button. Well, Maric won't be comfortable with this, but he'll certainly be continue. Alfredo not really clear what he's thinking about with Jack 7 off, given that there's an open 3-bet. Of course, he's going to fold the Jack 7, but Zelko Maric won't be folding nines. Don't expect him to. And he just leans over to get an idea what kind of stack he's up against. Payam Ansarian, aka the Razor, started this hand with about 2.6 million. Maric has him well covered. Puts in the call. King 4-6, 2 spades. Maric in the lead here. But it's difficult. He's out of position. And the Razor here, who you see continuing on this king high flop, has the advantage. He's in control. Payam Ansarian might work, you know, but we did see Maric play a hand against Fisher where he just got so sticky. Can't see him folding just yet. Pocket nines, king 6-4 board. It's an interesting spot. Payam Ansarian just showing his creativity, taking advantage of position, exploiting the situation. But I mean, Maric folds in the end. The Razor, with absolute air, gets the job done. Forces the best hand to fold, demonstrating how to take advantage of position. Look at that, Danny. Sunzeri with two bigs. Blinds 30,000, 60,000. Still about 10 minutes left in this 30, 60 blind level, 20 players. All of these guys have locked up €3,193. So everyone getting paid, but it's all about that money up top. 81,900 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket valued at 10,350. Taborski folds. Wynn gets out of the way. Maric folds, and the Razor lets this one go. Folds the 5-3 in the cutoff, but Danny's going to be shoving on the button with an ace. Alfredo will be tempted with a suited king. Certainly would be snapping this in the big blind position. But I think given the fact he's in the small blind, not closing the action, still a player, still to act, may let this one go. And you can see him just looking at Fisher's stack, and Fisher, of course, with a big stack. Won't take much for Fisher to call. Well, Fisher has the goods. Ace-7 suited. Danny in a spot of trouble here with kicker problems, all in. But there is opportunities. Of course, he can always hit his 5, and there it is in the window. 5 of spades, but look at this. Nut flush draw for the big stack Fisher. And you can see his equity bigger than Danny. That's straight draw. 6 would work for a straight. Spade. 7 obviously. And that is a double for the short stack. Danny Sunzeri from Italy shoves with the ace-5, gets called from big stack in the big blind with ace-7, but hits his 5. $20 remain. Average stack 2.5 million. Two Italians side by side there. Danny and Alfredo. Danny super short, even though he has doubled through the chippy. That's the former chip leader under the gun, Robert Wynn. Still playing about 4.5 million. You can see there 4.4 in a stack. Ace-3 off under the gun, he folds, but Zeljko Maric, you feel, will open. King Queen. 3.1 million stack. Zeljko Maric won that big pot against a Fisher. The pocket 5s he opens here, he makes it 150,000. And it's not ideal for Maric to have this guy acting after him, but the Razor folds on this occasion. Danny up to 420,000 he folds. Alfredo 1.5 million. He folds, but Fischer comes in from the small blind position with 120,000 call. Taborski not interested. Fischer with King Jack. He is suited, and these guys, as we know of history, King High board would kick things off big time. Did see a Jack being folded, so Fischer not in great shape. 10 deuce deuce. Check him. Probably see marriage lead on this board. There's not many twos Fischer could possibly have, but he checks back. Ace, both players picking up a straight draw. And it's gone check, check. King, Queen in the lead. Fischer not interested in trying to steal one from Zelko marriage. He's just too sticky. Marriage wins that pot and will be under the gun here as Robert Wynn, the left hand side of your screen, posting big blind ante, both priced at 60,000 last 5 minutes or so in this level. And then we go to the 40,000, 80,000 level. I'm going to play till 16 players and then have a fresh redraw. The idea of the redraw, of course, to make the tournament more fair for all players. I mean, there's always the chance you get a tougher table. Just the way in a random draw you could get a real tough table. All the high quality players could also get all the big stacks in one table, all the small stacks in the other table. So it's a way of just trying to balance it out, make it as fair as possible, these redraws. You're not stuck with the same players on these bigger tournaments. The final 24 players make that redraw, 3-table redraw, and then a redraw final 2 tables at 16 players, and plays down to 9 players. But Robert in the big blind with the goods here, facing a 3-bet from Fischer. It's interesting. Marriage opened light here under the gun with King Jack. 3-bet from Fischer. And now we have Win. These are 3 big stacks on the table. 4-bet will just, this is a cold 4-bet from Win. So marriage is just going to be folding this King Jack. He's saving face here, trying to make out that he had a genuine opening hand. King Jack on the light side. No interest for sure now after a 3-bet on this 4-bet. Now Fischer is suited. That ace, powerful card. Does have position. A lot going from here, so he's decided to call this 385. And we're going to see a pretty sizable pot here. 1.5 million in the pot. But this is a great board for queens. No ace. No king. Win. Will certainly be continuing, you'd expect. Always a danger, of course. Could be up against jacks, but probability very low. Got to be leading out here with the overpair. And that's end up hand. 1 million. Way too expensive for Fischer to float here. No spade on board. No pair, no draw. There's nothing really happening for Fischer. And he's asking what kind of stack Win has behind. The same stack size, both players, Robert Wynn and the Hungarian A. Fischer. but we're going to see this pot awarded to win. And a shout out to my friend Jaxie in the chat, who, if I was reading the Excel result sheets right, bubbled the final day. Is that right, Jaxie? 25th in this Swiss Poker Open main event. Wow, this guy is incredible. He really is. But he's going to land himself in trouble here, Fisher. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It's just too risky. How can he put more money in? His ace could be dead. This is a pretty safe board for queens. Fisher just hating it, but he has to give it up. Does in the end, not liking the situation. He lost a bunch of chips there and win back to 5.2 million, which is exactly what he started with on this final day, day 3 of the Swiss Poker Open. And my good friend Jaxie in the chat, bubble this final day, 26th. Not to be on this one, but another Henda Mob flag for the Irishman. Now, this is the Razor from the UK, and Payam Ansarian, aka the Razor, very capable. We featured him on yesterday's stream. Battled with Mowgli so much. Came out on top. Mowgli, class act, still involved, still in the outer tables. But we're going to be sticking with this feature table until the break, until we're down to 16 players. Then we're going to bring you a brand new table. Now, the Italian Alfredo in the hijack position with ace 10. Fisher just can't help himself. Gets involved at 6 high, but he is suited, connected, has position. A lot going for him. Marriage should be defending with Queen 8 suited, given the price he's getting, 90,000 to call. 450,000 in the pot, 5 to 1. Of course, he's going to flick in the 100k chip and get 10,000 back. And we're going to go to a flop 3-way. Alfredo with ace 10, but look at this, top pair and a good shot for Fisher. Marriage first to act, big blind position. He defended with Queen 8. He's none of this. Announces check. Alfredo, well, he's hating this board, does not favor the pre-flop aggressor. This low flop, possible straight out there, but this is great for Fisher. And he goes big. 325. 65% pot size bet, protecting his pair. Marriage doesn't believe him, but what can he do? Except fold. And Alfredo has to give this up as well. Ace 10. Out of position. Too difficult to continue. 325,000. It's quarter of a stack, 25% of a stack. And that's the official announcement from the dealer that the 30,000, 60,000 blind level has expired, and now we're into a new level, 40,000, 80,000. This will put some pressure on the likes of Danny there on the left hand side of your screen. He's playing around 400k. Gives him just 5 big blinds. Under the gun here, king 6. You know what? I'm ripping here with a king. I'm putting in 35% of my stack blind next hand. I'm going to let rip there. But of course, that's me. These guys, so disciplined, so patient. But there's that balance you need for tournament poker. You need to be prepared to make a stand. You got to be prepared to gamble, so to speak. You have to just grab any opportunity that presents itself. Marriage in the small blind with Jack 9 suited. I think he should be just folding this. Well, sorry, it's blind versus blind. Marriage, of course, should be raising here with Jack 9, and Payam defends with Jack 6, little light. But you could see there that the under the gun rip would get through. That king 6 all in move from the short stack Italian would have worked. Now 4-4-3. This is not a board that should be favouring marriage too much. But he's going to lead out 4-4-3 board. If there's anyone has overpairs, it's me. That's what marriage is saying. Continues for 200,000, and Payam decides, you know what, this guy can have it. Marriage up to 3.3 million. Button moves, and now we have the short stack. Danny Sunseri. He'll be posting big blind ante. $20 still remain, 2.6 million average stack. We have the short stack. On the left hand side of your screen there, Danny posting big blind. Action moving around to the button who's going to be folding, so it's just the razor in the small blind here, Payam Asarian. 7-5, and I think this could be a fold. High probability of getting called. Well, it's going to be a call. Danny has to go with this. Please, Danny, go with it. And he does, but look at him. He's so unfortunate that he's in real bad shape. And Payam is, well, getting 6.6 to 1 on his money. But he knows he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar, but he's going to have to call. And he's going to be in great shape. Pretty sick situation. The one hand Danny doesn't want to see. There's the 100k call. Mathematics are compelling. And they both smile. Even Danny says, how can you have that? He was hoping he'd be live. The Italian all in and dominated here. But many times this comes out of chop pot. Well, Danny hits a 6. There's a 7 folded, just 2 clean outs for Payam Asarian. Now, what would be sick is a 10 ball. Payam's kicker would play. Oh, just as bad. 7 on the river. The British player eliminating the Italian. Sonseri comes across as an absolute gentleman. Second player to go bust from our feature table, we had Gabor from Hungary, bust out earlier on. And now Daniel Sonseri eliminated in 20th place. He will receive €3,200. We have 6 players on our feature table. Still 3 tables in play. 19 remain. Under the gun, King 9 suited for A. Fisher. Now, Alfredo, 15 bigs, folds an ace in the big blind position. Well, Fisher will take that, that's for sure. Players aren't going to defend with an ace and they're holding against his open. He's going to be opening consistently. I certainly wouldn't be showing him that I'm folding an ace in the big blind. Now, Taborski. Fold, Robert folds. This is Zelko Maric. Cut off. Ace Jack. $190,000 raise from Marriage. Fischer gives it up to King 4 in the big blind position. And the Croatian takes down the blinds and antes. These two guys have clashed quite a bit. Two of the more active players, Željko Marić, A. Fischer, and of course Payam and Sarian, quite active also. Robert Wynn seems to be happy enough just to preserve his chip stack. And Taborski playing pretty straightforward, but again his stack size limits all his options. He's just about 1.2 million. Big blind 80,000. Fischer limps with the Jack 10. Taborski 10-3 off. He'll indicate to the dealer. To peel a flop. Throws his blind towards the dealer. Taborski with advantage, but Taborski with the advantage of position. But Fischer, who's flopped the good shot here, will be winning this pot. King 9 deuce board, nothing Taborski can do. There's the fold, leave himself with 1.1 million. He'll post 40,000 small blind. And Robert Wynn will post big blind. That's Fischer, 4.2 million. Average about 2.6 million. Now, under the gun, Željko Marić looks down at jacks. Big blind 80,000. We're going to see Marić open here for about 180,000. Well, he goes a bit bigger. 210 it looks like. Oh boy. Train crash incoming here. The razor, pocket tens. These two guys have been at it. Just a flat call from Payam and Sarian with the tens. Alfredo, King 2 offsuit in the cutoff. 1.1 million stack. Can't really see any potential here for Alfredo, but he's trying to generate something, but not with this hand. I expect he will fold. Fischer gets out of the way. Taborski with a suited king in the small blind position lets it go, and Win with 7-2 offsuit just flicks in the cards and the chips. And now we have Marić versus the razor. Marić with the jacks, the razor with tens, and it's going to be a bloodbath, believe me. Both players with an overpair. Here's the comfortable continuation bet from Željko Marić. He would have heard from queens, kings and aces pre. He's very confident he's in the lead, and as we can see, he is. However, the razor will be pretty happy with this 8-high board also, given that he's holding pocket tens. You can see the field size top right. 18 remain. The Razor makes the call. Of course he does. He's not going anywhere. Pocket tens, 5 on the turn. Does bring a couple of straights, but 6-7, not really that realistic. But ace-3 suited would be a possibility. Marriage fires once again, 350. And Payam going nowhere. Not with tens, believe me. Oh boy. This is getting nasty. 1,025,000. The Razor makes it 1 million. Oh boy, this is huge. The Zelko Maric looks at the board, trying to figure out, is he up against a straight? Not out of the question, you know. Big moment here, big pot. Zelko Maric. Pocket jacks. What hands is he beating that would do this? Ace-8? Possible. Zelko Maric puts in the money. Seems to be pretty clear what he's up against. 9s or 10s. 7 on the river. 3.4 million in the pot. Payam, the Razor, and Sarian with just half a pot bet size behind. Marriage is going to be checking here. He wants to get to showdown, and I think we're going to see Payam check back. Field size, top right, 17 players left. We're on the final 2-table bubble. Payam and Sarian. Well, I mean, he pulled the trigger on the turn, he got called. He does have showdown value here. I can't see any other play except a check back from Payam and Sarian. But I mean, the only hand he's beating here is pocket 9s that would probably stick about. So perhaps he's thinking he's not going to win this without betting. But is it realistic that he moves a Zelko Maric off a bigger pair? Checks back as expected. Huge pot, 3.4 million. It's massive. And we have a new chip leader, Zelko Maric. You can see him just punch the air. He's buzzing because he knew probably couldn't have called a shove in the river. Perhaps he does, who knows. But he's very relieved that Payam and Sarian check back that river. And we are down to 17 players. All of these players guarantee 3,625. Interesting hand. Jacks versus tens. We knew there was going to be serious action. Dice Stro saying he's definitely calling a shove in the river. Yeah, think he does. Too much invested. But I mean, what's he beating that shoves on the river there? Hard to come up with a hand apart from a bluff. So not that straightforward. This is Zelko Maric. 5.1 million. Ace 10 suited. And he's just getting involved in everything, Maric. Up against Fisher here, and Fisher's going to lose some chips. Fisher, pre-flop raiser. He's going to be continuing here. Maric smashes this board, making trips. Fisher with none of it. He's going to continue here. He's the guy with all the big cards. He's got the aces or kings. Now, Maric knows he's got a lock in this hand. Looks back down. Trips, maximum kicker, 260. Continuation bet from Fisher. Maric, you would expect. Just smooth call here. Very likely Fisher fires again on the turn, but look at this. Maric deciding to pump it up. And I get his thinking. He's worried about straight draws, flush draws. But I mean, if he could see Fisher's hand, he would absolutely be smooth calling here 10 times out of 10. Give Fisher a little bit more rope to hang himself. Not out of the question here for Fisher to play back, but the game's up. He gets punished for opening light. 5.8 million. Maric has come to the top of the food chain. The Croatian player now based in Switzerland. Up to 5.8 million. Very tough competitor, this guy. Very hard to move off a hand, as the raiser and Fisher can testify to. Now, Alfredo needs to make something happen quick. 1.1 million. 17 remain. Average stack 3 million. Taborski has problems of his own. Win just playing too tight, in my opinion. Started the day as chip leader, but I mean, all the action is coming from the seed of Fisher and Maric, and of course the raiser. These are the guys generating all the action. And Robert Wynn here on the button. Well, this is really big sizing, 3.5x on the button, so Maric is just going to fold. He's got to give respect to Wynn, who's been playing pretty straightforward. And Payam's going to fold after losing that monster pot to his nemesis. Payam down to 1.5 million. Sub 20 bigs. Robert takes that one down. Button moves. Maric on the button. Alfredo will be posting big blind ante. That's Alfredo, bottom left of your screen. You'll have less than $1 million behind. Under the gun is the super active, super aggressive Hungarian Fisher, 9-7. in the bin. Average stack 3 million now. Taborski hasn't played a hand yet, but he's going to be playing tens. 13 bigs. Probably just shoves. Tom Rent TV saying this is boring poker. Well, I'm sorry, Tom. If you find this boring, well, there's not much hope. This is actually riveting stuff. Well, I find it excellent. These guys are playing for like 81,900. I think the psychology of this is just super. All of these different styles of players. You can see the different characteristics of the different characters at the table and how they're going about trying to collect chips, establish themselves as the dominant force. Different approaches from different players, some just opting to sit back, just be really selective, others just going for it. And you can see now the break, we're down to 2 tables. We're going to have a redraw and we're going to bring you a brand new set of players, so do join us in about 20 minutes.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. This is the Swiss Poker Open. Final two tables. Now, Alfredo, ace 5, 950k. Blind still 40,000, 80,000. And look who it is. Bingo for Bongo. Featured him last night. He was so short. But he has survived. Now Marco on the button here with jacks. Makes it 275,000. Look at Razor. Ace 9, this is precarious in the big blind position versus a button open. Ace 9. Will he continue? And in what way will he continue? Yeah, well, it's a big problem for the Razor. Marco snaps him off once Payam moves all in. I don't blame him for 3-bet ripping there in the big blind, but ace 9 versus a button open. Marco with the goods snaps him off. Well, Ansarian connects, gets lucky. Marco with just one out. Well, now the more outs. Any queen would work. Jack or queen. Doesn't happen. Double for the UK based player, Payam Ansarian, also known as the Razor. So, Patrick, ace 4 in the button, gets it through. 8-handed here, 16 remain. All of these players guarantee 3,627. Final two tables, over 1,000 entries for this Swiss Poker Open 2022 main event. Buy-in 500 plus 50. See the Razor on the button there. Got lucky against the jacks. It is ace. Well, pretty standard situation. All in rip pre. Now, Alfredo. Got to generate something. He really has to. 80k is the big blind. About halfway through this 40, 80k blind level. 1 hour clock here. Alfredo under the gun with a7. I think he's thinking of shoving here. 12 bigs. Full table to get through though.
Guys, English.
Decides against it. Bingo for bongo. 10-9 off suit.
6 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. 1 plus. 1 2 plus. 3 plus. What check?
Big blind checks his option. Small blind with the queen deuce. Eros with jack 10 suited. Exactly 50-50, but not anymore. Flush draw for Eros. Giuseppe has none of this, but queen high still in the lead. Ace now on the turn, a kind of card that should favour Giuseppe as the player limping in the small blind, but he checks and Eros with that flush draw checks back. We're going to go to a river on the 4 on the river. Queen high good here. Giuseppe takes it down. Queen deuce offsuit, no connection to the board, but the queen high good. Eros electing to check back. Flop turn and river. Button moves. 15 now remain, so these players have all locked up 4,000 plus euro for themselves. Pay jumps starting to get serious. Of course, it's that 81,900 up top. Now, bingo for bongo, surely. Opens here with ace 10. 23 bigs. Decides against it.
6 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. 1 plus.
Payam Ansarian, king queen, cut off.
To raise 225. 3 plus.
Makes it 225. 2.7 million behind. And the short stacked Alfredo. Sub 10 bigs now behind. Queen Jack. Considering all his options, I think he continues here. For sure he continues. Is he going to 3-bet rip? That's the question. Looks back down. Queen Jack. Well, the benefit of ripping here is you do get some hands. Weak kings. Perhaps weak aces to fold. Problem is, you could be dominated so often. Wow, this is some fold from Alfredo. I think it's just a little too tight, but I mean, he's actually dodged a bullet there. Completely dominated. Queen Jack. Lets it go. Posts small blind now, leaves himself with 8 big blinds behind. That's the razor. Back in business. Lost that huge pot to Maric in the last table. But double true Marco from Slovakia. You see Marco there in seat 8. This is Robert Wynn under the gun with the Queen Jack off suit. So Wynn opens under the gun with the Queen Jack, and it's folded right around to the big blind, who decides to let that one go. Bingo for bongo, not interested in continuing. You can see this table playing just a little bit tight. Of course, there's huge money at stake. 81,900 up top. All of these 15 players have secured a payday for themselves of 4,000 plus euro. Buy-in for this Swiss Poker Open main event was 500 plus 50. 1,000 plus entries. Just 15 remain. 1.5% of the starting field left to battle out for that massive 5-figure. 81,900 up top, plus the 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. This is Patrick with the Queen 10. Bingo for bongo. 20 big blinds, Jack 10 in the small blind position. He folds. Open ender now for Patrick, but top pair for Robert to win. Who's going to lead out with top pair, but Patrick will be sticking about. And he 6, and he Jack for the straight, of course. 10 would work also. Three diamonds on the river. Robert Wynn probably check this. Well, he's gonna put in a small blocker type bet. He didn't want to be put in a position to call a big bet from Patrick on the river, but Patrick's going to raise here. Rep that flush. Diamonds get there. Patrick knows. Queen 10, not good enough. And he's going to steal this. I don't think Robert Wynn can make the call here. Diamonds get there. That's the problem. $950k. Robert Wynn, top pair, lets it go, and the bluff shown. Patrick shows the bluff. Robert doesn't look very impressed. 5.2 million. Average is about 3.5 million. 15 players left here at our Swiss Poker Open main event. So Robert small blind, big blind is Marco. Under the gun is Patrick. 8-handed on our feature table. 7 players on the outer table. This is Patrick. He's going to open again with 8s.
1 raise, 225, 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Alfredo, 9 bigs. We'll need to generate something soon, but not going to get involved with ace 7. This is bingo for bongo. Folding the 7-5, and now Robert Wynn in the small blind position, folding the 7-4. Marco, 23 bigs, decides not to get involved. Patrick takes another one, brings him to 5.4 million. Chip leader now on this Swiss Poker Open feature table. Final day here. Button open here, ace 3. Now, surely, Alfredo makes a move. 9 big blinds. I'm just putting it all in here. Pocket pair. Going to get a load of hands I'm flipping against to fold. And if I get called, well, hope to hold against 2 overs. And if I run into it, I run into it. I can always hit a 3. Alfredo should be shoving here,
5 plus.
but decides against it. Bingo for bongo. 20 bigs. Well, this is just playing too tight, this table.
7 raise. 2 8 plus.
Patrick,
1 pass.
9-10 suited. Folds, but the razor will continue with a suited ace in the big blind for sure. Robert Wynn opened in the cutoff. Payam and Sarian, ace 8 suited. There's the 200k.
4 bets up.
So heads up here. 680 in the pot. And both players have hit top pair. Problem here for Win. Payam and Sarian with top pair, top kicker. Win with kicker problems.
7 bets. 360.
360 continuation bet from Win. It's difficult to see a way for Win to win this hand. 2 9s were folded pre. Does have a backdoor flush possibility. Backdoor straight possibility. Well,
2 check.
Queen on the turn. He raises that. Just 1 out. 9 of diamonds. 1 card in the deck can help him. Now he's going to fire again, which I totally understand. His pair of 8s is good here so often. He's up against flush draw, straight draw. 5x, even 4x would call the flop, but Win has a problem. The razor, check calling on turn. And already there's 2.5 million in this pot. Ace of spades.
2 check. 7 check. Showdown.
Goes check, check, and Win gets the bad news. The razor scoops a very decent sized pot, brings a stack up to 4.3 million. All in for 1.3 million with the ace 9 versus jacks, spiked an ace, and now one of the big stacks on the table. 15 remain, 3.5 million average stack.
Hold on, please.
Marco in the hijack, 1.8 million. Not going well for Marco. Got his jacks cracked by ace-9. Razor was the villain. 4.3 million stack now for Payam and Sarian on the button here with 10-7. There's the open on the button. 250. Again, big sizing from the Razor. But it gets Giuseppe to fold an ace in the small blind. And big blind is not going to compete. 5-2 offsuit will be junked. Shove here with the sevens from Marco. And the idea behind this shove, of course, fold out all of these overcards that sevens would be flipping against. Now, of course, there's always a risk you run into it. Well, it's exactly the situation that I've just mentioned. Marco has run into it. Worst case scenario, pocket jacks. And Marco, well, jacks has not been good for Marco as he stands here in seat number 8. Got his money in with jacks versus ace-9, ace on the flop, and now he's all in versus the jacks. Can he hit a 1-outer, 7 of diamonds? 1 clean out for Marco, all in with sevens. Well, he's not all in, it's Alfredo that's all in. But Marco will be damaged big time. Alfredo gets the double. Brings him up to 1.5 million, and Marco now playing just over $1 million. The Italian smiles. Good timing to pick up pocket jacks. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the Swiss Poker Open final day. Final 2 tables, in fact, we're down to 15 players. All these 15 players have locked up. Just over 4,000 payday. Pocket eights from Payam and Sarian makes it 250. These sizings, sir. Well, actually, the blinds are up to 50, 100, so this makes a lot more sense. 2.5x. Payam the Razor, one of the big stacks on the table, playing 4.5 million at the start of this hand. Average is about 3.5 million. And the eights will take down that pot, brings his stack up to 4.7. Giuseppe, ace jack in the hijack position. So 200k is the minimum Giuseppe can raise, but we're going to see a 3-bet surely from Alfredo, who's just doubled through Marco. 1.4 million, 14 bigs, and he asks the dealer for the all-in triangle. 1.4 million 3-bet rip. Bingo for bongo, short, 11 bigs, but well able to play a short stack. Robert Wynn down to 3.1 million, and Giuseppe will get a count, but my feeling is that this ace jack will be junked. Not really likely. Ace 10 would do this. But he may convince himself he's up against an underpair. And decide to take a flip. I find this graphics showing the equity remarkable, 30% versus 70%. Giuseppe does make the correct fold, good discipline lay down. It's close, wasn't that straightforward. I think ace queen he snaps. 3 or 4 big blinds less, I think he calls with the ace jack. But it was just too big a shove. 14 bigs. And Alfredo now up to 1.8, 1.9 million in fact. This is Patrick with the king 8. Now folded around to bingo for bongo on the button, and he'll just snap fold that. Leave the blinds, small blind and big blind, to battle it out. Marco sub 10 bigs. Queen 6, he checks his option after Robert Wynn limped in with 9-6. Robert should win this pot. He's got to be betting this ace king high board. Well, I mean, this is surprising that he didn't bet the flop, but he does now bet turn. And that's end of hand. Marco can't do anything with queen high here. He's going to give the cards to the dealer and leave himself with 9 bigs behind. Robert Wynn, 3.3 million stack. Big shout out to viewers in the Twitch chat. Piggy Longso, thank you. Piggy Longsocks, thanks for your generous comments, and hello to Donna, Dark Angel, who's tuned in. All of you viewers, you are highly appreciated. We absolutely love to bring you this live broadcast of the main events every week from King's Resort. Week on week there is major guarantee, usually for small to medium buy-in. This particular event had held a €500 buy-in with a 500k guarantee. That guarantee was met with over 1,000 players, and you can see from the graphic in the top right, just 15 remain. Eros with ace 7 makes it 250,000. Big blind is 100. This is a 2.5x raise. Marco in the small blind. Well, I mean, I'm hating this call. I'm sorry. With King 10 putting in 25% more. He's putting in 30% of his stack here. Well, 25% of his stack Marco's put in. Out of position. King 10. No connection. He's going to go check, bet, and fold. Unless Marco can find a way to win this, he just has a pot-size bet behind. Checks Eros. Now, he doesn't want to get check raised, but just has to lead out. He's the advantage here. This was just, I'm really hating that call. I don't know why Marco put money in there. 3-bet shove all in, I would much prefer. But that's a big proportion. 200k from an 800k stack leaves him with just over 600,000. Now Marco on the button, 10-4 offsuit. He's left himself with 6.5 bigs. Patrick, small blind. And this will be an interesting battle, these two very creative players. Patrick and the Razor from the UK. Patrick limps and the Razor just flicks in the big blind towards the dealer to indicate he is checking his option. Jack 10-7. The Razor is hit. Bottom pair. Patrick is none of this. He checks. Minimum bet from the razor gets the job done, Patrick. Let's go. No connection to the board. Button moves and blinds are posted. I am Ansarian posting small blind. Giuseppe big blind. Under the gun will be the Italian Eros. The short stacks on the table are Marco, who's 6.5 bigs, and Bingo for Bongo. I believe Bingo for Bongo playing about 10 big blinds. Now, Patrick with the ace jack on the button, he makes it 225. Giuseppe, King 9 defend here. All very standard so far. Both have missed. Giuseppe will, in all likelihood, check. And Patrick may continue here. And this continuation bet from Patrick will get the job done, I'm sure. Giuseppe, no spade in his hand. No pair, no draw. He's just going to look back at the King 9 off and surrender cards to the dealer. Patrick takes down another pot, 5.3 million. Chip leader on this table. 2 tables still in play. 1 hour clock. So plenty of play. We're going to be here for at least 4 or 5 hours, perhaps even longer. Alfredo, 1.9 million folds now. Bingo for Bongo, 11 big blinds. He is one of 2 short stacks on the table, but no massive pressure. 11 bigs. Bingo for Bongo, we've seen him yesterday, well able to play a short stack. Robert Wynn, he was the overnight chip leader. Ace 8 suited. He opens now. This is the short stack on the right of your screen. Marco, 6.5 big blinds. He has to fold the 6-3 off. Same hand for Giuseppe in the small blind position. Good 3-bet with this hand. Blocking so many premium hands with that ace in his holding. Looks like he's not interested, but look at this. Another hand containing an ace, Eros. Cladarone. Ace Jack, big blind position. So in the tank here, the Italian ace jack, it's not that straightforward. But it looks like a 3-bet incoming. These are 100k chips to the front of a stack. And there is the 3-bet. $800,000. Robert Wynn, ace 8, he is suited. Does have the benefit of position. But this is a big proportion of his stack. $530 to call. 3 million total stack behind. He decides to let go of the ace 8. The Italian takes down the pot, brings the stack up to 4.6 million. Interesting decision from the Italian to 3-bet there with the ace jack. He got it absolutely perfect. This is bingo for bongo. King 10 suited. Probably just too early position. Too weak a hand. Now, these guys, very capable of pulling any kind of move. Both of them have a hand here. Pocket pair for Patrick. 2 overs for the Razor. Listed here in the graphics as Payam and Sarian from the UK. So, 3-bet incoming you'd expect here. These are 100k chips. That's about 800k. The Razor is cut out. Patrick. Start to the hand at about 5.3 million. The Razor playing about 4.8. I believe that's 855. $783 bet. This will be folded in the blinds from the 2 Italians. Alfredo doesn't really have a decision here, to be honest. Given the action, 9 high, no good. You suited, he's connected, but you want to be getting a flop cheap. There's no chance Alfredo's going to be continuing. But Patrick is a different situation here. The pocket 5s. So difficult to play these small pairs. Really is. But this guy, believe me, capable of a 4-bet here. But it looks like he's just cutting out a call. And we're going to go and see a flop. It's a pretty sizable pot already. Good shot for the razor. Patrick has completely missed 3 overcards. Patrick checks and continuation bet from the razor with the good shot. But I mean, he's going to be hating life were he to get check raised here. Patrick. Very tricky. Oh boy. Check calls. Wow, this is interesting. Boom, just like that. Makes a set. Floats with 3 overcards after getting 3 betted pre-flop. And now makes the set on the turn, and the razor fires again. But I think this is where Patrick pulls the trigger. He's out of position. If he just flats here, he could lose out on value on the river, given that he's first to act. So I think this is where he announces himself, tries to get the money in and hope that he's up against ace-ace, king-king, or queen-queen. Massive pot, huge pot. And Patrick makes the set on the turn. The razor just saving face here. Ace queen. No pair. Does have a draw to the nuts. King ball would give him Broadway. But it's just not feasible that he'd put his tournament life at risk with 1 card to go to hit a good shot straight. So it is end of hand, but Payam and Sarian just trying to portray to his opponent that he is a major hand here and it's a big decision. I mean, he's not calling. Patrick. Oh, wow. I mean, called pre. I wasn't too surprised. I mean, it was loose, out of position, small pair. I was surprised with the flop called 3 overs. Jack 10-7 board, and he calls with pocket 5s. And then boom, 5 on the turn. Out of nowhere. Well, he was in the lead with the pair. The razor has to give it up. Massive pot. 7.7 million in that pot. Now, this is the overall tournament leader. 77 big blind stack for Patrick. That is the chip count graphic showing all the stack sizes. Big up for Bongo. Just 11 bigs and Marco. 6.5 big blinds. Average stack is around 35 bigs, I believe, about 3.5 million. So plenty of depth in this Swiss Poker Open main event. This is Robert Wynn with his suited ace under the gun. 30 bigs. You can see the graphic top right showing the average stack just shy of 3.5 million. 15 players left in the mix from 1,039 that started. Time for Marco to move Queen Jack all in.
665. 665. 4 call.
So Marco gets looked up here, ace-9, but he's actually in okay shape because the player in the small blind, Alfredo, has ace-9 also. So Queen-Jack is likely to perform pretty well here. Alfredo in the tank here in the small blind, I think this is just a fold given his stack size. I mean, if the Italian on the button didn't call, well then I think Alfredo has more of a decision. Unless he 3-bet rips and isolates, that would be kind of cool. Just counting his chips, this is a fold. All day, every day. There's no way he can put in 615, which is, I don't know, 40% of a stack. Alfredo does fold, and now we have Bingo for Bongo, who's going to fold the king 4. He's down to 8.5 bigs. Marco says, look, I have nothing, queen high. And the Italian turns over ace-9. And you can see the Queen-Jack actually with the greater equity here. Of course, these percentages based on folds prey, and you can see Eros not really too happy with Alfredo. Alfredo saying that what he folded, and Eros just saying, look, just let the cards play out. I think it's a valid point. There's the queen. Not many aces left. In fact, there's just one ace left in the deck. And that's sweet if you're in Marco's seat. You actually get more than a double because you double through Eros and then you get the small blind, big blind, and big blind ante. And that brings Marco up to 1.6 million. Now, short stack on the button. Ace Queen, this is what he was waiting for. 11 bigs, it's all going in.
6 raise all in.
Bingo for Bongo moves in the 11 big blind stack.
7 pass.
Robert Wynn folds. Robert down to 2.8 million. Oh, this is interesting. Could be problems here for Marco. Oh, this is, I think I call this. And Marco thinks he's calling as well. 1.4 million. Is the stack size behind for Marco? He's posted big blind ante. King Queen, this is very close. 11 big blind, all in rip on the button. Marco, considering his options, he's thinking, well, what kind of hands would Bingo for Bongo do this with? Well, he's doing it with a wide range you'd expect. Folded around him on a button, 11 bigs. So he's doing this a lot lighter than Ace Queen. Having said that, if Marco has any previous intel on Bingo for Bongo, very tight player. This is so close. I'm calling here. Sorry, King Queen. From a button shove. 11 big blind shove on the button. I'm snapping with King Queen. But Marco, carefully considering all his options, he counts out the 1.1 million to call, leave him. Well, sorry, it's 955 to call. So it leaves him with about 450k. 4.5 bigs. Very close decision. Marco from Slovakia. Engaging with Bingo for Bongo. Big moment, just 15 players left here at the Swiss Poker Open main event. Give me a minute, says Marco. I have a decision, and he does, in fairness. Conversation continues. But decision has to be made. It's gone on a couple of minutes now. Wow. Big fold. That's incredible, really. That he makes that fold. And he's going to be feeling pretty good about himself. Marco folds the King Queen, and Bingo for Bongo shows the Ace Queen. Well, I think that's pretty tight. I just snapped that off, I'll be honest. Gotta expect the big blind with the short stack to be ripping there from quite a wide range. But it is getting pretty serious now, these jumps. Pay jumps are significant. Now,
4 ace, 300.
Eros with ace king makes it 300k, 3x.
6 pass.
Bingo for bongo folds, and on the button, Robert Wynn folds Marco. King Jack suited in the small blind. It's an interesting situation. He's just showed a fold in the big blind with King Queen, so
1 call.
it could have been an opportunity to 3-bet there. Well, it wouldn't have worked.
3 players to the
Look at this, all these players blocking each other. Patrick with ace jack in the big blind position. So if anyone connects here, it's going to be trouble, and it is trouble for Marco. He's going to go bust
8 bet.
because he's moved all in here on jack high board. He's going to get called. Patrick with top. He's going to make the call, and it's handover for the pre-flop raiser who had the goods pre. Shows the ace king. Marco, well, what can he do? It's unfortunate he's hit top pair, but he's outkicked Patrick with the maximum kicker. Marco does have backdoor clubs. We just seen one of his kings folded. That's why he was so disappointed. Eros folded the ace king and showed. So 2 kings. Two outs for Marco. Doesn't happen. Marco eliminated in 15th place. Does receive €4,063. Good run for the Slovak player. Damage was done with the jacks versus the ace-9 earlier. But he did get a double up with the Queen Jack versus the ace-9 of Eros. But he picked up King Jack suited in the small blind. Good argument for folding there, given this situation, the stack size. There was also an argument for 3-bet ripping. It wouldn't have worked, even though he might have got the ace jack to fold. The ace king would have called, and that ace on the river would have resulted in the same outcome. Elimination for Marco. 15th place. 14 now remain. Alfredo, 16 bigs, and Bingo for Bongo and 13 bigs. Blinds 50, 100. About 15 minutes left in this blind level. Robert Wynn makes it 300k. With the Jack 10, and that's the big stack in the center of your screen. Pion folds in the big blind position, 7 deuce. Viewers just tuning in, you're watching a live broadcast from King's Resort. We're live streaming the final of the Swiss Poker Open. This is one of the standout festivals in our calendar. It really does produce big numbers. 500 buy-in, 500 plus 50 buy-in, 1,000 entries. 1,000 plus, 1,039 entries. And first place payout 81,900 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. 300k open here with ace 8 suited Alfredo with ace jack, and he moves in. 3-bet rip with ace jack.
Two pass. Two pass, three pass.
Eros asks for a count. How much is in that stack is what he's asking the dealer, but he knows he's sitting right next to Alfredo. He knows pretty much to within a couple of blinds what is the total value of that rip, and he's already made his mind up. He's not going to be continuing. Counts his own stack. Not going to happen. Eros about to fold the ace-8 suited. Alfredo, of course, playing very snug. It's not like he's 3-betting with a high frequency, so there's no real solid arguments for calling here. So this is taking quite a while, which I'm surprised, to be honest. Under the gun open, and then under the gun +1, 16 big blind, 3-bet all in. I don't think ace-8, well, this is incredible. I'm astounded here at this call. That really surprises me. Look at the equity. How close this is. It's phenomenal. It really is. Ace-8 versus ace-jack. 39% for ace-8. 61% for ace-jack. Well, chop. Pot potential here. Deuce for a chop. 8 would work for Eros. King would work also. Queen would work also. And it is a chop pot. I'm just super surprised Eros called that. Given the way Alfredo's playing, he's playing really tight. What's he 3-bet ripping with that ace-8 is ahead of? King-queen suited? Perhaps. Only hand I can really think of. But Eros gets out of jail. Splits the pot with Alfredo. Alfredo 17 big blinds. And it's bingo for bongo, the short stack with 13 bigs. Alfredo under the gun here with ace, king. 14 remain. 250,000 open, 2.5x from the Italian. Fold it right around.
3 pass.
Pocket tens for Eros. Well,
4 call.
interesting. Pocket pair versus 2 overs. Eros electing just to flat call. Disguising the strength of his hand here, but that ace and king not really ideal if you're sitting in Eros's seat. And we know the 10 of spades was folded pre-flop, so not really good situation. And look at this, Eros makes the decision to donk lead here.
4 bet.
Now, Alfredo, top 2. He's smashed this flop. Surely he just smooth calls here. There's the smooth call. $180,000. I get the impression these guys probably know each other. Of course, both from Italy. 14 players remain. Eros in trouble here. Alfredo. Top 2. Needs to just flat. Has position. Okay, there's flush draw, straight draw, but his hand is just too strong to be pulling the trigger this early. He's got to give.
5 raise.
Oh boy, end of hand. Okay, Alfredo wants to end it now. Doesn't like the spades out there. Concerned about a straight draw. But I think he's losing a ton of value by raising in this spot. Particularly against a player like Eros, who's going to fire again on the turn. So, average stack about 3.7 million. Alfredo back up over 2 million now at this stage. Two Italians, both posting blinds under the gun, bingo for bongo. The shortest stack on the table, playing about 13 bigs. And he's picked up a small pair under the gun. You can see the top right there, the graphics showing the average stack 3.7 million. 14 remain. Bingo for bongo. Well, this is risky. 13 bigs, small pair under the gun.
3 pass.
I mean, he just does not want to hear call, and well, he's going to hear the word call because Eros has King Kong in this small blind position, asking for a count. Well, this is all designed to try and entice the big blind Alfredo into the pot. I'm surprised at bingo for bongo here with this shove. I mean, it's not horrible by any means. You're going to get a load of hands you're flipping against to fold. And even if you do get called by ace king, ace queen, ace jack suited type hands, well, you have a 50-50 chance of getting the double. But just given the early position, that's the problem I have with this shove. So many players to get through. And Eros just doing a bit of Hollywooding here. And he'll come out with a announcement that he's calling, and this is set up nicely for Eros. I was hoping Alfredo would pick up a hand, and he has, but it's just too big a shove, I think. 1.3 million. We're at 1 million or less. I think Alfredo would be more inclined to call with his ace 10 suited. He knows Eros is a bit of a punter. Seen him call that 3-bet rip with the ace 8. He's not putting Eros on kings, believe me. It's an interesting one. Does escape Alfredo. Not happy to see fours Alfredo, but then he sees the kings belonging to Eros. Pocket fours versus kings. Bingo for bongo, all in. Jack, a 3 deuce. Well, it kills the 4 diamonds. Does have a backdoor straight possibility. It's over. 6 of diamonds on the turn gives Eros a flush. Five card flush on the board, but Eros with that king of diamonds eliminates bingo for bongo. He's busted in 14th, receives €4,063, and the 13 remaining players have all secured €4,500. 4.5k locked up. Massive stack for Patrick. 93 bigs. I mean, this is plenty deep. Average stack is about 40 bigs. But we are coming to the end of this 50, 100k level, and we're moving to this 60, 120 level. Six-handed on our feature table, and with 13 left, that means there's 7 players on the outer table. Patrick under the gun here with the 8s, and Giuseppe in the cutoff with 7s. Well, it's a tough situation. I could see him folding here, to be honest. Under the gun open by the chip leader. Very difficult to play these 7s. Flat calls, then he's playing multi-way if big blind comes in for value. Could 3-bet. So risky. Could be up against a hand. Could run into a hand, but does decide to 3-bet. With the 7s, and the sizing is interesting. Wow, well, he has run into a hand. So cold 4-bet from Alfredo with pocket jacks, and that will fold out instantly. Patrick and Giuseppe will be folding here. 7s, this is one of the reasons I felt that Giuseppe might just let go of the 7s. I think it's absolutely fine to open with them, but versus an open, given his position, I think you're opening yourself up to all kinds of problems like this one here. One of the players still to act. Could wake up with a big hand. And Alfredo is going to be up to 3.1 million after Giuseppe folds here. And he will fold. There's zero doubt in my mind. Giuseppe's going to let these sevens go. Cold 4-bet. You look down at sevens, they don't look too strong, do they? Sevens are going to be folded here. For sure. It's for half of Giuseppe's remaining stack. And Alfredo, 3.1 million now, 31 big blinds. Well, in fact, we're going to go to a new blind level. It's 61.20 now. Average stack, 4 million. Almost. That's the chip leader, sitting on about 9 million. Who's posted big blind under the gun is the Razor, 2.4 million. That's 20 bigs. Payam Ansarian, aka the Razor, shoves here for 20 big blinds with ace 10 suited. Wow, okay. Now this is so interesting. I mean, the fact that the Razor opted to shove and then Eros here with pocket nines, this is very interesting stuff. Ace 10 for the UK player. Eros with pocket nines, and Eros don't like folding. But it's so close, this. The blinds are described down the bottom right as 50, 100, which would mean it's a 24 big blind shove, but it's actually a 20 big blind shove because we've just entered a new blind level, 61.20. Interesting. Well, you've just seen for yourselves the benefit of shoving here with ace 10. You're going to get hands like that to fold that you're flipping against. Ace-5 suited under the gun goes into the dustbin. And what's happening here? 6-5 off. Eros decides to get involved. He makes it 325. Alfredo folds the king 9. Patrick folds the ace 8. And the razor is in the big blind with 10-9. I'm sure he will defend his big blind. It's going to cost him over 200k. Well, I think this is end of hand. Payam has missed. 9-10, no connection to this board. He's going to check. Eros with that open ender. But of course, he's going to be repping that ace on board as the pre-flop aggressor. Okay, well, this is interesting. Ace 4-3. Payam and Sarian saying, okay, I'm the one that should have it straight here. I'm the one that has 5 deuce as the big blind defender and decides to donk lead, but a snap call from Eros, who now picks up a double gutter. Well, he's the open ender, so any deuce, any 7 for the straight. Payam checks, and then a all-in rip from Eros. Payam down to 1.9 million. 15 bigs. He is the short stack now on the table. Six-handed on our feature table, 7 on the outer table. We've 13 players left. The average stack is 4 million. The big blind's 120. About 33 big blinds is the average stack. Plenty of depth. Really good structure. 50-minute clock in day 2, and now we're playing 1 hour clock. Robert Wynn opens here with the ace-9 suited. Greater than a 3x open. And it's just going to be folded right around. Wynn takes down the pot. Brings his stack over 3 million. Patrick with close to 9 million, greater than 70 big blinds in his stack, and the short stack, Payam and Sarian, aka the Razor, playing 15 big blinds. very difficult for Giuseppe to continue here, given that he still has Eros still in the hand. He's not closing the action. Eros with 2 overs. Eros does let it go. Patrick finds a way to win, displaying the benefit of position and the benefit of a big stack. Over 9 million now for the overall tournament chip leader. $13 still remain. Robert win. Jack 6. Patrick with the chips. Looks down at ace 9. Opens. Big blind's 120. Patrick opens for 260. I am now the short stack on the table. 15 big blinds he folds, and Giuseppe folds the king 3, just the blinds now. Eros with the nut low, 3-2 offsuit. Alfredo with queen 4 off, he just snap folds, doesn't want to even consider defending. Patrick takes down another pot, brings his stack to 9.5 million. About 80 big blinds. Good for the overall tournament chip lead. Interesting. All in rip with the king queen. Giuseppe once again with 7s. He ran into problems with this hand last orbit. He 3-bet. I think he lets this go. 1.8 million shove. Too big a percentage of a stack. He's not closing the action. Does fold. The razor will get this shove through, I'm sure. Alfredo folds the queen 5. Well, he should be just snap folding here to an all-in rip. What is he thinking about? Is he thinking about calling? Maybe. No chance. Big blind. 9-6. Robert snap folds the 9-6. Few remarks in the chat about folding the 7s. I don't mind that fold. I really don't. There's not too much you're beating. And given the stack size situation, it's a huge percentage of your stack. And then, of course, you still have players to act. Really don't mind that fold. But I have a problem with this fold. King Queen should be opening there, surely. Alfredo on the button, Jack 10 suited. His problem is the big blind player. Massive stack, and he's very tricky. Patrick, you could just see Alfredo look over at him. But he does open. Patrick with King 6 suited puts in the additional 180k. He misses. Alfredo has smashed this top two. Could be a case of Alfredo checking back. Give Patrick chance to catch up. Or try and steal it on the turn. Alfredo top two, but you've seen him play fast and strong when he hits the boards, so no surprise. He's going to fire, and that's the end of hand. 430 into a 800k pot. Patrick with the backdoor clubs, backdoor straight, but I think he's going to preserve his stack and just let this one go. You can see this table has tightened up a little. Queen Jack folded. Win on the button folds to 7-3. Now blind v blind Patrick versus Payam and Sarian. And well, for the short stack to get a walk like that, it's criminal, to be honest. He just should not be getting a walk. And you can see 6-4. The Rays are delighted to take it. Viewers just tuning in, you're watching the Swiss Poker Open 2022. This is the main event, and this is day 3, final day. We're down to just 2 players. We have one outer table with 7 players on the outer table, and we're 6-handed here on our feature table. It's pretty tense. They've all locked up €4,500, but all eyes are focused on that 81,900 for first place. Plus World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, which is valued at 10,350. Dunning Cougar expressing the need to come to Kings. Looks like the best place in the world to play poker. Certainly is one of the top venues in the world, without a doubt, the European #1 venue. Well, the razor did well to just flat call here with the deuces. There's a case for letting rip there with the pocket twos and the small blind. And Giuseppe once again with sevens. It's remarkable how many times he's picked up pocket sevens. But he's going to win a pot at last with them because Payam just can't call these small pairs. You got to get your money in first. And there is the scoreboard. Payam and Sarian, 15 big blinds. Chip leader. Patrick with 70 plus bigs. Average stack is 4 million.
Five raise, 300.
Now, Alfredo.
7 call, 300.
Pocket tens.
One pass.
Makes it 300,000. Big blind 120. King queen for Robert to win. He flats and the razor on the button here with 8-6 of diamonds. But this is just too big a proportion of a stack. 300,000. I'm surprised he's considering to continue here. He's suited, I guess. Does have the benefit of the button. He's getting a decent price. He's getting 3-1 pot odds. But given his stack size,
Good call, 300.
surprises me.
Three, pass. Chip.
And now, problems for Eros here with pocket nines. This is going to get ugly, I think. Alfredo under the gun. With tens, he makes it 300. King queen calls 8-6 of diamond calls. And now Eros with the pair of nines in the big blind position. We're going to see a flop four-way. First time today we're going to have a four-way flop. Jack 7-4. I can see problems here for Eros. Payam has a piece of this. Good shot with the backdoor diamonds. Alfredo in the lead with the tens. Obviously he's going to be concerned about that jack. Win with none of this.
Five, check.
So it goes check, check.
7 check.
Win with the 2 overs checks. And the razor might go for this. There's 1.4 million in there. He checks back. Well, incredible really, isn't it? How Payam and Sarian has he's everyone drawing dead here on the turn. It's just remarkable. This call on the button so light, 8-6 of diamonds. And then he gets a free flop. Sorry, he gets a free turn card on the 4 Jack 7 flop. Boom, hits the nuts. And now Eros leads out. He thinks nines are good. Alfredo is going to be calling, I think, with tens, given that it was checked around on the Jack high board. So 300. Well, he's coming in for a raise. Well, this is just going to be so ugly. Alfredo, pocket tens. Eros with the nines. Jack 7-4 board was checked around. Alfredo escapes. Well, he should have continued, I think. Now, the razor looks down at the absolute nuts here. Very difficult for Eros to put the razor on a straight. The razor has the benefit of position. Surely just a flat call. The razor with the nuts, facing 300k bet from Eros. And there's the 300k counted out. Counting a stack. I like the way Payam put in that 300 as if it was really painful. Now he doesn't want to see a spade. Well, another overcard to the nine, so might slow things down. Eros does check. Payam and Sarian. Oh boy, he gets a call. He gets. Oh wow. Incredible. Eros check call, the all-in shove from Payam and Sarian. That was just unbelievable. Super quick snap call. Payam couldn't believe his luck getting snap call like that, and he turned over the absolute nuts. 8-6. Gets rewarded for speculating. Massive pot, 4.6 million. Started the hand with 1.8. So 2.5 times he multiplied his stack by. Huge pot, big hit for Eros. Now Giuseppe, another pocket pair for Giuseppe. So on the button with pocket fives for Giuseppe, threes in the small blind for Eros, and king 10 of diamonds for Alfredo. Alfredo with the diamond draw. Giuseppe with a pair and a good shot. Eros, well, he's no real interest on this board. Pocket threes, he checks, but Alfredo will be interested. Diamond draw, 2 overs. Slight favourite against the fives.
Five check.
Alfredo checks, action with Giuseppe.
Three check.
Check back from Giuseppe. 10 on the turn. Alfredo makes top pair. Eros has none of this.
Small bet. 525. 5 raise over. 3 plus.
Eros getting caught once again. Pocket threes, 4 overcards. It's over. Hand is over. Incredible how Alfredo has worked his way up to a 4 million stack now. Eros, well, it's been a bad orbit for him. He's bled off
2, 590.
3 million in chips.
4 plus.
And it leaves him with 2.4 million, which is 20 big blinds. Alfredo up to average stack 4 million. 13 players still in the mix here at the Swiss Poker Open main event here in King's Resort. All of these 13 players guaranteed €4,500.
Thank you. One more. One plus. 2 plus. 3 plus. 4 plus.
Now, Alfredo. Small blind position with queens. He's got the chip leader in the big blind.
Raise all in.
Oh, I mean, I'm not really liking this all-in shove. Literally only gets called by better. I mean, well, perhaps win with 2.2 million. A7, the overbet might pique one's interest. Can't see how he can make money there by shoving with queens. But he does take down the big blind and big blind ante, and he brings his stack up to 4.2 million. Interesting decision by Alfredo. I think you're really, these premium hands, they're few and far between. You've got to make the most, maximize. I mean, you can just go for so long, picking up dregs. When you are dealt one of these premium pairs, I mean, it's imperative you make the maximum. Don't think the all-in shove there is the optimum way to play that hand. In fact, I'm sure of it. Now Giuseppe with the Queen Jack suited is going to be faced with a 3-bet from Eros. And given the stack size of Eros, 20 big blinds, I think this could be a 3-bet rip all in. Well, 260, just a flat call with the tens. One of the problems with this flat call is you're pricing in players still to act after you, and that increases the likelihood of one of them connecting with an overpair to the tens. Patrick in the big blind position, who's calculating the pot odds, decides to call. Pocket fours for Patrick. Well, this is great situation for Eros. Top set. And Giuseppe will like this flop. Well, I would. With Queen Jack of diamonds, I've got the 2 overs. Good shot straight, backdoor diamonds. Giuseppe checks. Eros will bet here very small. I expect about 250 to 300,000 bet. Try and garner some interest from his opponents. 300,000, 30% pot size bet. And Giuseppe should be calling here. He's got a draw to the nuts. Backdoor straight, a flush is possible. Now, a 9 would be so sick. While Queen is pretty brutal also, because Giuseppe may think a 10 would be the likely situation for his opponent to have, but Eros has 2 10s in his holdings, giving him a set. And Giuseppe makes a pair of queens on the turn to go along with his straight draw. 2.1 million in the pot. Giuseppe could go with this. I think I would. Blocker to the straight. Also for Giuseppe. I think his hand is too big to fold. Huge pot. It's going to get bigger. Giuseppe is not folding. Flicks in the 500k chips. This is huge. 2.6 million in the pot. Blank on the river. Giuseppe first to speak. You just want to get to showdown. Checks, hoping for a check back. It's not going to happen, Eros. will be value betting his set. And he could go for the lot, and I really don't know what's going to happen.
4 bet on it. 3 call.
Well, he gets snap called. Oh, that is huge. Giuseppe missed the straight, hit his queen on the turn. Huge pot. Eros back in business, full double. In fact, it's more. He gets a couple of blinds from Patrick, the chip leader, who had small pair in the big blind position he called pre. Massive pot, brings him up to 5 million. Average is 4 million. Really was an interesting hand. It's a pretty brutal board, really, for Giuseppe. I'm not really that surprised he called, but the speed, I mean, he just snapped Eros off, but I guess Eros has a loose reputation. Giuseppe is the shorty now. Big blind posted by the razor. Giuseppe is under the gun. Blind level is 60, 120, still about 10 minutes left in this blind level. Back to a little bit less. $5.3 million for Eros. And we have a bust out on the outer table. It leaves us with 12 players, 6 on our feature table, 6 on the outer table.
5 pass. 7 pass. 1 raise 275,000.
Limp from Patrick in the small blind position. Payam and Sarian. Big blind. Queen 8. Patrick connects, makes second pair. Continuation bet.
1 bet 275. 2 call.
The razor floating with the Queen 8. Patrick checks turn. Patrick hits his set. Hearts get there. I think he'd go for value here, but he could just check.
1 bet 600,000.
The razor with Queen high. $600K. What's going on here? I do not know. The razor thinks queen high is good. Payam Ansarian eventually folds. Patrick takes down the pot, brings his stack up to 9 million. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the Swiss Poker Open main event. Final day, we're down to actually 12 players from 1,037 entries. There's 81,900 up top. Chip leader, center of your screen there. In seat 1 is Patrick. And I think Eros is second in chips with 5.3 million. You can see the average is 4.3. Alfredo sitting on average stack, 4.2 million. This is the short stack, 2.2 million win. Patrick on the button's going to open 9 million stack. Makes it 275, but the razor in the small blind will be interested in playing ace-9 suited and could 3-bet this hand. Well, Giuseppe, I can't believe he's just 355. After that massive pot, he played with Eros, so he's the short stack by a long way. He goes with it, 8-6 suited. That'll get rid of Patrick and Payam Asarian, aka the Razor. Doesn't have anything to put in. In fact, he'll get some chips back. Payam on their backs. 8-6 suited versus ace-9. That 8 folded from Patrick. Not good for Giuseppe, but he's still 36% equity. Both cards live. He is suited, he's somewhat connected, and one club on the flop. Does have the back doors, but 8 or 6 to go into the lead. Giuseppe all in for his tournament life. Well, that's huge. 6 on the turn. Payam as Ansarian needs to hit ace or 9. Doesn't happen. Double. In fact, it's a triple, close to a triple. No, it's not. It's just above a double, given that he posted the ante. So he's up to about 1.3 million. $1.2 million, I expect. Still 12 players.
Five pass.
7 pass.
One pass. Two pass.
Giuseppe, 1.4 million in fact behind. Ten-7 suited.
Three pass.
Decides not to play. Eros gets a walk with Queen 7 of clubs. Now, Win at last picks up a hand. 12 remain. 2.2 million stack. Big blind 120. I'd love to see a min raise here, 240, 250, but
Raise all in.
Win goes with the shove, and we've seen this so often today, these big pairs overplayed.
Pass.
Very difficult to get any action.
Three pass. Four pass.
Fold it right around to the big blind. Well, Alfredo, I'm sure would have given Win some action were he just to min raise. Alfredo looks interested with the situation, but he's not going to call. Alfredo, ace 8.
165. 2,165,000.
All in shove from Win. 2.2 million in total. Win with kings. Alfredo in the big blind, ace 8. So we're actually coming up to a break. This will be the end of the 6120. And I think that's why Alfredo is tanking for so long. He's just waiting for that clock to expire so the players get the full 15 minutes. And there's the fold, and there's the break. Win gets that shove through. Alfredo sits on 4 million, Win back up to 2.5. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes. Do join us.
Yes, because it's looks bad if somebody claims you own 2 minutes or me or
You got it. Yeah. You want to help? now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge.
Welcome back. Patrick, you can see there in seat one, still the chip leader, 8.7 million. We have 12 players left in the mix. Blind level is now 80,000, 160,000. You can see the razor just looking around at the clock. 160,000 big blind. 9/8 suited for a razor. He makes it 425. Giuseppe, 1.4 million. The short stack on the table. This is Eros on the button with King 5 off. It's just too weak a hand. He folds, and Alfredo will be folding in the small blind. I'm surprised Wynn doesn't defend in the big blind with King 6, but he decides not to put in any more money. Leaves himself with 2.1 million. Big blind is 160k. $12 remain. 6 on our feature table. 6 players on our outer table. Average stack about 4.4 million. And you can see the field size on the top right. The graphic showing was down clicked once again. 11 players now remain. Average stack 4.7 million. Which is equivalent to approximately 30 bigs. Patrick getting some table service from his rail as he stacks columns of chips. He's the big stack on this table. He's the actual overall tournament chip leader. That's Giuseppe, the short stack. He's posting 160 big, 160 big blind ante. Leave himself at about $1 million behind. This is Eros with Queen Jack. So 6-handed here on our feature table. 5 players on the outer table. Folded around to the chip leader on the button. Pocket pair, good enough to open. Patrick with the min raise, 320,000, but the razor with a suited ace. We've seen him 3-bet with these type of hands earlier on the stream. TD Teresa overseeing proceedings. 2 tables, 6 players in our feature, 5 in the outer. There is the 3-bet. Looks like the $500,000 chips are in play. The pinks, 1 pink, 300Ks. 3-bet from Payam and Sarian. Small pair goes into the bin. The razor gets back up over 4 million. Under the gun is folded. Ace 8. Alfredo's not comfortable opening with the ace 8 off. Fold it right around to the small blind who's going to shove here. Sub 1 million. All the chips will go in. Giuseppe. Pocket 9s in the small blind position. There's the all-in. Suited king, well, this is close. Snap call from Eros. Giuseppe will take that. 3-1 favourite. Pocket 9s. Needs to avoid a king. Diamonds would work also for Eros. Giuseppe with a blocker to the diamonds. No diamond on the board, no king, no 4. It's a good board for 9s. There's a king of hearts folded. Just 2 outs for Eros. Needs to hit 2 outer. Doesn't happen. 9s hold. Giuseppe doubles true. Eros brings his stack to 2.3 million. $11 players left here at the Swiss Poker Open main event. All of these guys have secured a payday of €5,000 plus. Of course, all the big payouts on that final table, with the number 1 spot being awarded 81,900 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. 2 Italians, 2 Swiss players, the Razor from the UK and Giuseppe from Germany. 6 players that make up our feature table. We have 5 players on the outer table. Giuseppe and Robert Wynn, both sitting on 15 bigs, thereabouts. Chip leader is still Patrick. This is Wynn, 2.5 million. Jack 10 suited. Win makes it 325,000. And there's the 3-bet from Eros in the small blind position with ace 10. Alfredo still in the hand, but he's not going to be when he looks down at 9-5 off. Well, I mean, this should be just snap folded. And now Win not liking the situation. Well, he's hating it. Jack 10 is folded. Leaves himself with just 2.1 million. He's the short stack on the table. Just about 14 big blinds for Robert Wynn. He's going to be posting 2 of them now. Big blind and big blind ante. Alfredo in the small blind. It's the Swiss Poker Open main event. This is our feature table, one of 2 tables. 11 players left. Now Patrick under the gun. Big slick. Suited. Makes it 320,000. Win down to 1.8 million. He's going to post 80k. That'll leave him with 1.7, just 11 bigs. He is the short stack overnight leader. Win never really got going today, but this gentleman certainly has. Patrick, seat 1, chip leader, playing 9 million. Under the gun, the razor. He folds Giuseppe. He's been up and down. 2.3 million stack, and Eros is going to open here with the snowman. Big blind 160. Going to see a raise here to about 350. Sounds like action on the outer tables.
400,000.
Looks like 400k with the 8s. Well, we're going to see a clash here. Pocket 8s for Eros. Alfredo with big slick. You'd expect a 3-bet, possibly an all-in. In fact, I think he just goes for the lot. There's 800k out there. I think he moves all in, he does. And Eros, he's not one for folding. Patrick folding a king here is not ideal. If you're sitting in Alfredo's seat, Eros asking how much it is. It's a huge shove. Massive shove. Eros. Well, he hasn't snap called, which
3,500,000.
he tends to do. That's a trait of his game. He doesn't mess around. Eros, if he's calling, he usually snap calls. Having said that, we did see him make that call with the ace-8 suited a couple of hours ago, which we were really surprised to. Medium stacks, and it's a huge 3-bet shove. He called with ace-8 suited. Now 8's slightly stronger in value. Decides not to take the spin. Lets the 8's go. I get that, given these huge pay jumps.
Blind set. Big one, eh? Three pass.
Now Eros once again in the hijack position, ace-8, but he decides to fold. Alfredo
7 pass.
folds the king-6. Win has problems. He's just 10 bigs. Patrick, small blind position with pocket pair.
One raise, 320.
It's been really interesting watching Patrick and the Razor battle it out. Both players so stubborn, so dogged. And when it comes to their blinds, they just don't like surrendering. Patrick with a pair here in the small blind, and Paya Mansarian, aka the Razor,
Yep, 320.
with a suited queen. Won't be folding just yet. Puts in the additional 160. We're going to go to a flop. Jack 3-3 Patrick, you would think would continue.
One bet, 400,000.
Fives ahead here so often.
Two raise, 900.
Snap call. Well, in fact, it's a raise from the Razor. Well, the Razor makes it 900,000, but Patrick doesn't look to be finished with this hand. Patrick getting raised on the flop. Jack 3-3. Would a 3 raise here? That's the question. Probably not. Would a Jack raise here? More likely. And the Razor gets another one. He robs another pot. He mugs Patrick. "11 players remain. Patrick losing this battle. Blind versus blind. The Razor coming out on top. Now, under the gun, Eros, one of two Italians on this table.
7 raise over.
Win moves in, 10 bigs, but he's going to get snapped off here, Patrick.
1 raise over.
With the goods, Ace King. The Razor snap folds and Giuseppe be folding in the big blind. Robert Win all in for his tournament life with Queen 9 suited. Patrick with Ace King. It's Switzerland versus Switzerland in the Swiss Poker Open main event. Queen 9 suited versus Ace King. Heart in the window, well, something for both players. Pair and a flush draw for Win. 2 pair draw, trip draw. Top pair, top kicker. Well, top 2 for Patrick. Win has made his flush. I mean, it's just incredible hand this. Patrick actually has a laugh. It's paint, but it's not a king. Jack of spades and Win with the flush doubles through Patrick. 11 players still remain. Robert Win with that double. Queen 9 suited, 10 big blind shove. Chip leader wakes up with Ace King, snaps him off. Two hearts in the flop. Flush in the turn. Patrick still alive with top 2. Flush holds. It's Alfredo. And now Alfredo's turn to play. Big slick under the gun, 4.3 million. Pretty close to average stack. Big blinds 160.
5 raise, 400,000.
400k open from Alfredo.
7 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass.
Fold it right around to Eros, who looks down at 9-7 in the big blind position. Counts out the additional 240 to make up the 400k to see a flop. Eros 9-7. Alfredo with big slick. That looked like a 9. In the window it certainly was. Second pair for Eros.
Bet 550.
Alfredo pre-flop raiser continues, but Eros going nowhere. Calls the 550. 2.1 million in the pot. Alfredo.
Check. 5 bet only.
2 overs and a good shot. Wow, incredible. Eros thinking about this one. It's for his tournament. Third pair. But he just doesn't believe Alfredo.
3-3,
I like this move from Alfredo.
335,000.
His ace is good, his king is good. He does have that straight draw possibility. So many hands that are ahead of him that will have to fold here. You would think 9-7 is one of them. It's a big moment. Eros called pre 9-7. Second pair called flop.
4 pass.
Now folds. That shove on the turn. Alfredo gets a stack up over 5 million, 5.3 million.
160, please. Seven pass. 1 pass. To raise 400,000.
The razor in the cutoff, opening with 8-7, but I think Giuseppe will pull the trigger here. Ace Jack in the button.
3, raise all in. 4 pass.
Sure why Alfredo does this. He knows he's not calling. The razor snap folds. Giuseppe works that stack up to 2.7 million. He was down to like 350k behind at one stage. I'd say at one stage that was only an orbit or two ago. So some good progress.
One raise 320.
Now, Patrick, still good for the chip lead here, playing about 6 million. He opens the 320,000 with pocket tens. Fold it right around to Eros, down to 3 million. Alfredo sitting on 5.1 million in the small blind.
5 pass.
Jack 6 suited is folded, but just the big blind here win. He was going to defend with 9-8 off.
7 call.
Well, he doesn't want to hit a 8 or 9 high board. That would be hugely problematic for him. Win versus Patrick.
Heads up.
Good shot for win. Patrick blocking that. Good shot. He's holding 2 tens. Win checks.
One bet, 425.
Patrick bets 425.
7 plus. Two pass.
Now, Giuseppe, ace 10.
Three raise all in.
Moves all in, 2.7 million. Oh boy, this is big. Alfredo, I think, calls here. Pocket tens. Alfredo asking the dealer for clarity on the exact size of the shove. Giuseppe helps him out by saying it's just over 2.5 million. I think tens are too big a hand to fold here. Giuseppe, one of the short stacks on the table. $17 big blinds, but it is a big proportion of Alfredo's stack. It's 60% of a stack, but he's got to go with this. Massive, massive fold. It really is. I mean, Giuseppe just dodged a bullet there. Give them tens to Patrick or Razor, they just snap off Giuseppe. And Giuseppe's fighting for his life. I'm just reading one of the comments saying it was a good fold. I don't know. I really don't. Pocket tens versus a 17 big blind shove.
Three pass.
I'm not sure. Perhaps.
Four pass. Five pass.
I think it's too big a hand. You're going for the win. Okay, you want to go up the ladder, you know, make another money jump. Yeah, okay, that's perfectly fine. By surviving, you're just like, you know, you're going to earn more money by outlasting your competitors, go up that money ladder. But if you want to win a tournament, you want to go for the 81,900 up top. I think an opportunity like that, one of the short stacks shoving for 17 bigs and you look down at tens, I think that's an opportunity. I think tens are too strong there to fold. I think, yeah, possibly eights, sevens, eights, yeah, I think
Five pass.
it's a fold, but I think tens too strong. I think that should be an open ace 10 in the hijack. But it just turns out that Patrick has the goods here with ace king on the button.
One race, 320,000. Two pass.
Giuseppe, well, he won't believe that he got tens to lay down against his ace 10 rip. Patrick scoops the pot, 6.6 million for Patrick. But he was up to 9.5 million at one stage. He's still good for the chip lead on this feature table. 6 players on our feature table, 5 on the outer table. Now, Alfredo, King 4. Will be folded along with Robert wins 8 deuce. Patrick in the cutoff will be opening. Why not? Table playing a little tight. King 10. Good enough for the chip leader to open. Well, it looks like Patrick is limped with King 10. And if that were the case, we might see Giuseppe pull the trigger here with 6s. Well, there's been a bust out on the outer table. Patrick limps with King 10. Folds to the all-in shove from Giuseppe. And you can see the TD coming with racks. And the next big blind will be moved to the outer table. It's been quite a while since we've had a bust out on our feature table. Alfredo has been moved to balance the tables. That leaves us with 5 in our feature table, 5 in our outer table. Ten players. There's 51 million chips in play. So average stack now 5.1 million. Well, 5.2 million. It's 52 million in play. Just 1% of the starting field remain.
Good luck.
Five-handed on our feature table. Chip leader 40 bigs Patrick, 6.4 million. The Razor second place 4.5. The short stack is Win. This is the Razor. Now, Eros on the button. Should be opening here. Ace 8. 2.6 million stack. Well, it goes for the lot. Moves all in. Win folds the Queen 9. And Patrick's going to fold in the big blind 9-6. Eros takes it down. Pretty tense here. All these players guaranteed 5k, but 1100 in the difference between this payout and the next level up. With another bust out, all of these players would earn an additional 1100, bringing their Guaranteed payout to 6,175. Of course, top price 81,900. Now, win. Folds, this is Patrick in the small blind. These blind v blind confrontations are extremely interesting, particularly between Patrick and the Razor. The Razor has been coming out on top of these exchanges. Patrick raises with ace-3, and the Razor not one to give up his big blind too easily. Puts in the additional 160 to defend. We will see a flop. There's 800,000 in the pot, 2-pair for Patrick. He doesn't want to get raised. Checks. Now a delayed continuation bet. The Razor is none of this. Lets this one go, and at last Patrick says, I win a pot against you. Ace-3, 2-pair. Eros opens once again. 8-7 of hard suited connectors. Fold it right around to the blinds. The Razor in the small blind. He folds just the big blind Giuseppe. Who shows the 7 deuce off suit. Eros scoops the pot. Now, interesting. Patrick in the cutoff, ace-8 min raises. But the Razor with the goods here. Pocket jacks, button position. 3-bet. Incoming you would expect from the Razor. Three-bet, rip all in. Patrick will just give up, show the ace, in the hope that Razor shows his pair, and he does. All pretty civil here on the feature table of the Swiss Poker Open main event 2022. €500,000 guaranteed, and the 1,039 players have produced that $500,000 prize pool. First place, 81,900. Now Patrick 9-6 off folds. The razor in the cutoff here. King 7, he is suited. $425,000 open. Eros with pocket pair, small blind position. I mean, this is an opportunity for Eros. I think it's a fold or 3-bet. I'm hating a call here. Small pair out of position. And he does 3-bet. 1.6 million. Look at this. The razor. He just doesn't fold the razor. $1.2 million to call. I can't see him calling here with King 7. His equity is actually greater than the pocket threes. He's 51% equity. Three bet gets the job done. The razor folds the King 7. Eros takes it down. Now Giuseppe folding on the button. Eros folds. Win. He moves all in the small blind. That will get the job done. Patrick folds. And not many chips on this table. Patrick, the only one above average stack. So all the chips on the outer table, that's where all the bust outs came from. Now, Giuseppe folds. This is win. 8-7 suited. Makes it 400,000. The razor, ace jack in the big blind. Certainly will be continuing. Good 3-bet here. I think more likely just a flat call.
Raise 1,160.
3-bet, in fact, from the razor. He makes it 1.2 million, and this is difficult for win. 8 high. He is suited, he is connected. We can see he has a bunch of equity here, but it's very difficult for him to continue. The razor gets the job done with the 3-bet pre, gets a stack up to 4.7 million, closer to that 5.2 million average stack. Only player at the table with average or above is seat 1 Patrick. So all the big stacks on the outer table. 2 tables in play, 5-handed here on the feature table and 5-handed on the outer table. Win moves in the cutoff with an ace. Well, Win's starting to loosen up a bit, and I like to see this, to be honest. There's no chance of progressing by just sitting back. You've got to create the action. The razor folds, and Giuseppe will probably fold this ace-5. It's a close one, but given Giuseppe's, like, this is for his tournament, ace-5, I mean, it's not really performing too well against a shove. Even if you're ahead, you'll find you're flipping. It's for his tournament. Giuseppe with just 2.5 million. He knows sometimes an ace is good here, but many times he's absolutely crushed. Could be up against a pair, bigger ace. I think this is a fold. Win gets that one through, gets a stack up to 3.3 million as we come to the end of this 80k, 160k blind level. Another ace under the gun though. A lot of players to get through. Win. A6, I think he folds this one. Action has moved on to the big stack on the table with the big hand. Patrick with Cowboys. Looks at the clock. Blind still 160. There's 320 min raise from Patrick with pocket kings. The raiser on the button with an ace. It's a weak ace though. Ace 7 off. The raiser puts in 320. Giuseppe's going to be folding the 4 deuce in action with Eros, who looks down at 10-3 off. No interest. So clash of the two biggest stacks on the table. Patrick with the goods here, pocket kings and the raiser with ace 7, and he has a piece of this. The raiser. This could be expensive. Patrick continues. 400,000. Just begging to be raised, this 400k continuation bet. The raiser puts in 400k with his pair of 7s, 2 pair draw, trip draw. 9 on the turn. All kinds of straights get there. But king's in the lead. Patrick goes again. I mean, what happens if he gets raised? That's the problem. It looks like 650. These guys have jostled all day. Big pot brewing here. Oh, it's sick. It really is sick. I think the sizing from Patrick, I mean, I don't blame the raiser for sticking about. This is pretty horrible. I mean, it's really horrible. The raiser with a pot-sized bet behind. And he could go for the lot. I think I would. Try and get Queen X, Kings, ace me off. $3.1 million in the pot. I think Pat going to be snapping here, to be honest. It's really brutal. But this is tournament poker. No one said it was easy. The raiser makes trips on the river. And now he's going for value. Looks like about 1.4. No, it's a bit less. 1.2. There's the call. Has to call here. Given the dynamics between these two guys. I'm going to snap him off here. Patrick. I mean, he's ahead of so many hands that value bet here on the river. There's the call. Ace 7. I'm waiting to see Patrick expression. Razor just nods his head. That is Absolutely brutal. And the razor has come out on top once again. Brings his stack up to 7.6 million. Patrick, decimated, takes a big hit. It's pretty difficult to take that one. Final table bubble of the Swiss Poker Open main event. This is Patrick, former tournament leader. This is the Razor, Payam Ansarian from the UK. 7.6 million. You can see Patrick taking a walk to the rail. Try and just shake that off. Eros 8-4 small blind versus the short stack win in the big blind. Now, under the gun, pocket queens for the Razor. Blind level is now 100k, 200k. Three X. On the larger size, this open from the Razor, given his chip stack size, I would have thought he'd try and induce some action, but he's not going to get any action. Patrick not putting in 400k with 6-3 offsuit. Chip leader, 8 million stack. Average about 5.2. 10 players left. 52 million chips in play. One of these players will need to accumulate every single chip before they're awarded that 81,900 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Five players remain. Win moves all in. Queen Jack. Patrick folds the small pair and the Razor in the big blind with King 9 has to fold. Win. Takes down the blinds and ante. 500,000 out there pre-flop. So huge incentive for these players to go for these blinds and antes. Patrick all in. Giuseppe. Pocket pair. Interesting. Well, this is interesting. He goes for it. Incredible. Takes a stand. Pocket pair. I mean, it's not ideal calling off with a small pair. But Giuseppe just felt he too much invested. He just has 11 bigs behind. I mean, it's an interesting one. I don't know, do I call? I like it though. He's just not going to let this opportunity pass him by. Fair fight. Wow, set on the flop. And you can see Patrick going, what the hell? Hit my ace, no good. Practically dead. And he's just shrugging his shoulders. He does have the back doors, but not anymore. 8 on the turn. Confirms the outcome. I mean, that is just disastrous, really, isn't it? For Patrick, what has happened in the last couple of orbits. I mean, it really is a disaster. But you can just get the feel off him. He understands tournament poker. That's pretty harsh. Having said that, fair fight pre. Ace Jack versus the fours. Interesting snap call from Giuseppe. I like it, I'll be honest. Patrick hits his ace, but set of fours for Giuseppe. It was the shorter of the two stacks, but Patrick absolutely decimated. I think he literally has two bigs. Patrick all in for sure. Well, he has 2.5 bigs, 540k. Folded around to Giuseppe. I think Eros probably calls this 340. It's getting 3-1. You suit it. Probably live. I think this is a call. You can see the graphics, how close they are. Eros just getting confirmation. There's no big chips hiding there in that stack. 340 to call. There's the call. 10-5 suited. And Patrick with the ace-7. Now, I mean, this would give Patrick a bit of breathing space. If the ace could hold here, give him 7 bigs, who knows? That's great. 2 pair pretty much ends it. Eros requiring runner, well, 4 outs. King for a straight. Patrick says it wouldn't surprise me if it came, but it doesn't. Patrick does double, gets his stack to 1.4 million. Eros down to 2.7 million. I don't mind that call whatsoever, but it does put Eros in a precarious position. Just 12 or 13 bigs. The razor's going to fold in the cutoff. Giuseppe back up to 4.7 million. Great survival skills. Now Eros could shove here. 10-8, 13 bigs. He does. He's going to get called. Win. Ace-9 suited. This is a call. Has to be. Win. Smart enough clever enough to figure this out. Believe me. Win has to call this. If you're going to fold ace-9 here, well, you are drawing dead trying to win a tournament. Blind versus blind. You have to call. Win. He doesn't like it because it's pretty much for his tournament also. He's hating it, but it's a call. Has to be. And it's Eros that's shoving. This is a mandatory call. I'm surprised it's taken Win this long. He's been playing super solid for the last couple of days. Well, there's the call, in fairness to him. He does think about it, make the correct decision. And Eros just hating life at the moment. Trying to get that shoved through. I don't blame him for shoving 10-8 there. Gets through quite often, but ace-9 suited, just too strong a hand not to call. This is the final table bubble. This is the Italian Eros Calderone versus Robert Wynn, and no help for Eros on this board. Big moment, 6 on the turn. Needs a 10 or an 8. 5.6 million pot, it's huge. The ace high holds. End of tournament for Eros. He bubbles the final table. He receives 5k plus. And all these players now guaranteed 6,175. We are there, final table. We're going to take and bring you all the action from that final table in about 20 minutes.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware,
Turntables not allowed to use any electronic devices. No smartwatch, headphones, earphones. It's full over there, everything. Thank you.
Need somebody? I need the headphones.
So guys, we are going to final table. We'll continue, but on last position. More 100, we're going 200, 200. Good luck, all of you.
Welcome back to the final table here. It's the Swiss Poker Open main event. We're down to 9 players.
Good luck, guys.
Several of these very familiar. Some real quality players, and David Taborski, who we picked out earlier, Taborski. You can see there on the very right of your screen with the baseball cap, black sweater. Huge experience, this guy. He's the chip leader.
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 9 raise all in. 1 pass. 2 pass. Yes. Начинала свой контроль. Can you put a stake here, sir? To the other side. Four pass.
And Marich, ace 8 suited here. Makes it 450, big blind 200k.
8 pass, 9 pass. 450.
Lady Luck folds in the small blind, the ace-7 of hearts, and Win, who busted out Eros, the Italian, last hand before the final table, folds in the big blind, the king-7. Average stack approximately 6 million. And this is a real decent final table. We've some quality players for sure. Just seen Mowgli shoved there a couple of hands ago. Super tricky. Real quality act. This is Taborski, the experience on the table. Over $500,000 in live earnings. World Series Poker Gold Ring winner. Now, Giuseppe. He has struggled all day, up and down, but he's made it to the final table and thoroughly deserving of his position here. Guaranteed himself 6,175, and who knows, he comes across as super solid. Giuseppe. It's folded all the way around to the big blind. Alfredo sitting on 16 bigs. King Jack, you would expect to defend, but who knows. That's pretty tight fold. King Jack in the big blind. Alfredo not interested in defending. Giuseppe will take that. 5.2 million. And there is the scoreboard. What a chip lead. Great situation developing for David Taborski from the Czech Republic. A massive advantage. The Razor, second in chips. Short. Patrick. He's in seat 1. And here is Patrick. 1.3 million behind 4 high. He folds. Lady Luck folds. Win on the button with the 10-8 suited. Sure what the story is there. Win flicked in a chip. I think he wanted to raise, but didn't announce raise. It's a limp on the button, so Taborski with ace-4 of spades flicks in the big blind to indicate to the dealer to peel a flop. Taborski flops 2 pair. He checks. Win checks behind. 3 on the turn. I think Taborski will go and bet now. Protect his pair. This is a massive chip leader. All these pinks are valued at 500k. Taborski takes down the pot. Zelko Maric from Croatia, based in Switzerland, posting big blind on the button you see on the left of your screen. There is Alfredo, one of the short stacks. Now Giuseppe, pocket nines. You can see the average stack 5.7 million.
425.
Makes it 425. Giuseppe folded right around to Alfredo on the button. He's going to be folding Jack 7. If he folds King Jack in the big blind, he's certainly folding it in the button position. But Taborski's picked up King Jack, but this guy is absolute expert at tournament poker. Small blind position, King Jack off. Not very attractive. I expect a fold from Taborski. Good 3-bet. Well, 3-bet he did. Marriage folds. Giuseppe in a tough spot. Pocket nines. Giuseppe makes the call. Taborski first to act. King Jack, 2 overs. Nines are good on this board. There's a ton of Taborski's cards in the bin. You can see in the top 2 jacks and a king folded pre. Taborski checks. Giuseppe checks back with the pair of nines. David Taborski. 3-bet pre. Opted not to continue. He checked flop. He checks turn. Giuseppe checks his nines. It's paint on the river. But not a king, not a jack. David Taborski, I feel, could win this with a river bet here, but he's decided to wave the white flag. Pocket nines. Giuseppe up to 7 million. Now, Mogley with the King Queen makes it 400,000 minimum raise, but Lady Luck with the real hand here, Ace King, 3-bet shoves all in. Alfredo is considering something, I'm not sure what. Queen Jack, well, he didn't defend in the big blind with King Jack to 1 raise, so it's not really credible that he's considering a call when there's an open and a 3-bet rip. Taborski will fold. Action with Maric. Well, this will save Mugli because Zelko Maric, I think it's too big a hand to let go. I mean, there's been a ton of action, but ace king suited, I think you got to get your money in here. And he puts it all in. Look at this. Pocket nine's in great shape. Really good shape. All these other players blocking each other. But I just think too much action, yeah. The nines go into the dustbin. And players just kind of go, well, I've only got ace king. Lady luck unsuited. Zelko Maric. With that heart draw, one heart on the flop, so backdoor hearts a possibility for Maric. Not anymore. Both players sit it back down. Jack on the turn. Razor just letting everyone know about his massive fold. Pocket nines. So button moves, blinds posted, 100k, 200k. Mugli, 21 big blind stack. He folds. King Jack under the gun. Patrick is in desperate shape. He folds. And it's folded right around to Alfredo. 16 bigs. Jumps here are very significant. ICM. Huge now at this point in the tournament. Every chip equates to real money. Maric on the button here with the ace 4. But the UK based player, known as the Razor, will be 3-betting with ace king suited. Three-bet all-in rip Giuseppe. Folds in the big blind, and Zelko Maric, you expect, would be folding. Any second now, the ace 4 off. Not a hand you want to be calling off it. Blind still 100k, 200k. Zelko Maric down to 4.2, 21 bigs. The Razor up to 8 million. 40 big blind stack. Plenty of play left in this final table of the Swiss Poker Open main event. All of these 9 players have locked up €6,175. Now Patrick moves under the gun. I don't blame him. 1.3 million. Oh boy. Don't get any worse than this. You rip with ace 4. And you run into aces, of course. Taborski, super experienced, asking the dealer, well, how much exactly is this? because I'm interested. I might be calling. That's the kind of information he wants to portray, that he's in two minds with a marginal hand and hope to catch one of the players to act after him. Taborski, 1.3 million. You're just going to see a nice flat call here. 1.3 million. Marich. King Jack. It's too weak. Goes into the bin. Queen 7 folded. Giuseppe will be folding. Mowgli not interested either. So on their backs, 9 yields. The reaction from a couple of players. Taborski, smooth calling, the all-in rip with the aces. Patrick, well, it's going to be unfortunate to lose him. He just ran so bad towards the end of that feature table, 2 tables out. And there's no hope. Backdoor straight possibility. Over now. On the turn. Elimination for Patrick. Out in 9th place. Does receive 6,175, but it could have been so much more. 9.5 million in his stack at one stage, which is still well above average here. I mean, average stack's about 6.5 million. All these players go up the money ladder, guarantee themselves €7,800. Patrick out in 9th. 8 remain. 6.5 million is the average stack. Now, Taborski, 17 million stack. Huge chip advantage. I mean, you really got to favour Taborski given his experience. He really is super solid. This is Mowgli in the small blind who's going to just shove here. Jack 10 suited. Standard shove in the small blind given the dynamics. Lady luck 8-5, not going to be calling. 8 high. So Mowgli now moves into seat number 1. Players spaced out. Taborski with a commanding chip advantage, 17 million. He's 35% of the total amount of chips in play. He's a third, 33%. It's just shy of 52 million in play. He's over 17 million. And he's picking up the cards. Pocket queens now for the chip leader. There's the open. Minimum raise with the queens. Folded right around to The Razor, who's sitting on 8 million. He's second in chips. Well, a problem here for Giuseppe. Ace 10 in the cutoff, but he decides, well, this is a problem. Mogley. Let's rip with the eights. And he's going to get snapped off here. 4.2 million total rip. Taborski looks back down at queens. And he says yes, call. Mogley. Pocket eights all in. Three bet ripped over the minimum raise from the chip leader. I don't blame him. Taborski is doing that quite wide, given his chip advantage, but he has the goods. Pocket queens. Mogley with the eights. Needs to make a set here. Well, Giuseppe would have flopped top two. Taborski about to eliminate Mogley, one of the real quality players. And Mogley is busted in 8th place. So after losing Patrick, we lose another top quality player, Mogley. He does receive 7,846, but now all of these players guaranteed 11,500. And we're on the World Series of Poker Europe ticket bubble as well. Five figures locked up for all of these players. But a huge money jump now, because as well as going up from 11.5 to 16k, there's a World Series of Poker Europe seat also. Taborski, I mean, it's just open city now. 21 million. There's 52 million in play. Seven-handed. There's nobody really that can go up against Taborski, given the money jumps. ICM, I mean, all these players, they're just going to lock up for sure. Alfredo probably has the least to lose here. He is the short stack, so the onus really on Alfredo to generate some action. And I just don't like this flat call with fours. I just prefer an all-in rip, to be honest. Taborski running pretty pure at the beginning of this final table. Makes top pair. Good check back for deception. Jack on the turn. Taborski. With a lock in this hand. Alfredo with just a one outer. And now you're going to see Taborski fire a delayed continuation bet. No, he checks back again. 7 on the river, and if I'm Alfredo, I'm starting to think, hold on a sec, my fours could be good here. Alfredo will be checking though. He wants to get to showdown. So many straights out there. Taborski trying to decide what sizing to go for. 600,000, 55% pot size bet. And Alfredo with the pair. Now, Taborski's done a really good job of disguising his hand. In fact, Alfredo is trying to communicate. Indicates to me he's just going to let this go. And you could see Alfredo trying to extract information from the Czech player, Taborski, who you see in the center of your screen. Believe me, this guy has been around for quite a while. He's a high-level hold'em player. You're not going to get any info off him. You really aren't. Now, Maric, well, he just doesn't have the chips to compete. But very aggressive. Maric, we featured him on the last feature table. Can't do anything under the gun with Jack 9. The Razor, 8 million second in chips, he folds. And Giuseppe, 6.4 million. He folds. This is Lady Luck, one of the short stacks. 3.2 million. 16 big blinds. Ace 9. 16 bigs. The money jumps here are huge. There's about 14k in the difference between 7th and 6th. Alfredo will fold in the small blind, and then action will be on Taborski in the big blind. 300,000 to call. David Taborski. Let's go. The 7-5 flicks over the chips to Lady Luck. Seven players remain in this Swiss Poker Open final table. This is the Razor, Payam and Sarian under the gun with Ace Jack. Win folds the Ace 6 suited. Alfredo not involved. Taborski looks interested. He's asking Maric what kind of stack he's sitting on. Taborski folds in the small blind. 8-7 suited. Zelko Maric from Croatia. Giuseppe folding a suited ace under the gun. Alfredo is the shortest stack on the table, 12 bigs. Still 10 or 15 minutes left in this 100k, 200k blind level. Then we move to 125, 250. Dvorsky in control, super composed, understands the dynamics completely. He is chip leader, he's the advantage. There's massive pay jumps. These guys just can't afford to mess around with him, given the huge difference in each payout level. Just by sticking about and hanging in there, these players realize extra money, real cash. That's what it's all about, getting paid. Payam and Syrian in the big blind with ace 7. And if there is a player on this table to stand up to Dvorsky, you would fancy the Razor to be that guy. And he defends, of course, with ace 7, as you'd expect. But he's not looking to play a big pot against the chip leader. 2-2-4. This kind of flop should favour the big blind. But it's actually Dvorsky that flops the good shot. 5 would give him a straight. 3 or 6, of course, works also. The Razor checks, but Dvorsky is going to fire at this board now. Believe me, the Razor not one to give up lightly. He floats and he hits, but Dvorsky might feel that card should favour him more than the Razor. Interesting situation. Dvorsky, pre-flop Razor, but I think you might see a check back here from Dvorsky. No, he's going for chips. Very hard to predict what this guy will do. Fires. Ace should favour his range more than the Razor's range, but the Razor snap calls. 900k bet. Well, actually, that wasn't chips he put in, that was his card holder. But the 900k getting quite expensive. Well, Dvorsky has got the message loud and clear. Oh, that is running pure. Believe me, that's incredible. Makes the nut straight. Dvorsky, 6-3. Sizing. Crucial. How much does he go for? Well, what kind of hand pays him off? That's what Dvorsky's got to figure out. What type of hand Payam, the Razor, and Sarian has. He's called every street so far. Well, any kind of bet size will be called by the 3. 3.1 million. This is a pretty sick hand. It really is. The razor floating on the flop. Connects with the ace on the turn. Taborski thinking the ace should favour him. Bets again on the turn. The razor just smooth calling. And then boom, 5 on the river, giving Taborski the nut straight. 3.1 million. I think it's pretty much perfect. The razor under repping his hand big time and has just been check calling. I think this is a call. Seven players remain. We're watching the chip leader David Taborski value bet river here with the nut straight, and the razor trying to figure out where he's at in the hand. Obviously he's concerned about a bigger ace. He's no idea he's up against a straight, believe me. No idea whatsoever. He's trying to figure out why would an ace bet again here with the straight out there. And 2 2s on the board. That's what the razor is thinking. His ace could be good here. Clock has been called. It's been going on quite a while, but it's a big decision. It's for half of the razor's remaining stack. He's trying to figure this out, and it's pretty much impossible to put Taborski on a straight, on the nut straight. Of course, could be betting, value betting any 3.
Last 30 seconds for decision.
TD just clarifying to the razor that it's just a matter of seconds to make his decision or his hand is dead. Well, it looks like he's going to get away. Good laydown. Taborski, 24 million. He's close to half the total amount of chips in play. Payam Assyrian, 6.5 million. There's nobody with average stack. Every other player is under average stack. David Taborski with an absolute sick advantage here. Monster chip lead. A great situation because of the huge pay jump. It's like 13k. Lady Luck has to open with ace queen. Too big a hand to fold. Alfredo, 2.4 million, the shortest stack. He folds. This is Taborski. Well, he's just going to fold the 7-6 once Lady Luck shows interest. He's going to let that one go, and Maric is going to fold in the button. Good fold last hand from this gentleman known as the Razor. Giuseppe in the big blind with King 3 offsuit. Not interested. Now, under the gun, win. This was the big stack at the start of play today. Started the day with 5.2 million. He's still on 5.2 million. Taborski. Well, I mean, it's just open season for the Czech player. No fear. Min raise 400,000. Maric. Queen 7. He just can't do anything. The Razor has to fold the 5-3. And now the blinds, Giuseppe. Easy decision. Lady Luck won't be getting involved with 9-6 offsuit. Too precious. These blinds at this stage. Taborski exerting dominance on this table. It's really interesting dynamics. You have one massive stack, and then like you have everyone else just fighting to survive. It's brutal at times to watch, it really is. Particularly if you're sitting in Alfredo's seat. What can you do? Well, you fold the Jack 7 suited, that's what you do. Blind still 100k, 200k, but this blind level about to expire. Taborski raising any two now. Maric folds, and I mean Taborski can do this all day. And when someone finally does play back at him, it's okay, he can get away. He's still in profit from all the blinds and big blind antes he's stolen. But he's going to run into a problem here. Well, win needs to be. I don't know what you think about this. Ace Queen suited. I guess there's a couple of real short stacks. Don't want to gamble, but Ace Queen is just so strong. And now he's going to lose the hand instead of winning 3 or 4 bigs. He's going to lose 3 or 4 bigs. Taborski is just going to continue. Why not? He's absolutely no fear. Sizing small. No point in risking any more than he should. 350. This is interesting. Win deciding to continue. Ace Queen suited. Jack on the turn. Win checks. Taborski is suspect for sure. Very suspect. Question Taborski's asking himself is win a 3. That's the question. If he's a 3, well, he'll never get him off the hand. Anything else, he gets him off. And he's going to fire again. 800,000, and I think it's getting too hot for win. 800k, it's too much to call. And this is the problem I have with the Flat call pre. You end up losing a bunch of blinds when you should be winning. It's pretty sick. That gives Taborski half the chips in play or in his stack, seven-handed.
The blinds goes up. 125, 250, 250, big blind empty.
It's pretty crazy, but this is the pressure of ICM. That's what you're seeing here. And you're seeing a master craftsman at work, David Taborski, completely understanding the situation. But Maric, I know what he's going to do with ace queen. He's going to 3-bet rip. I mean, it's a huge risk. He gets called, he goes bust, it's end of story, but he's not one to get blinded out. Maric, Zelko Maric does 3-bet rip all in. And this is what I like to see. Gotta stand up to the bully. Wow, unbelievable. Win, perfect timing, absolutely perfect. Picks up the bullets. I mean, it's pretty sick. Maric gets caught. And it's going to be end of tournament for Zelko Maric. Taborski's just comfortable here, folding away. He's in profit. He can be just min-raising all day. That's unfortunate for Zelko, just timing. Horrible. And win is going to be awarded 8.5 million pot. Unless something funky happens on this flop. Zelko Maric, I don't blame him for pulling the trigger. I know, yeah, ICM, blah, blah, blah. But what are you going to do? Just sit back and watch Taborski just absolutely hammer crush to the table all day and blind you down to nothing. You've never a chance of winning. Zelko Maric stood up to him, but he's now dead on the turn. Win with the bullets. Couldn't believe the action. An open and then a 3-bet all in. He looks down at aces. And just like that, we're down to 7 players. And it's crazy because you've 3 top quality players busted out of this final table. Patrick went out in 9th. Then you had Mogli in 8th. And now we lose the Croatian Zelko Maric in 7th place. Maric will be awarded 11.5k, but all of these players have locked up 26,000. Look at that scoreboard, crazy. Taborski with half the chips in play. Win now 9.1 million. The Razor 6.5, Giuseppe almost 6, Lady Luck 3.7, and then we have the short stacked Italian Alfredo, who's done pretty well the last couple of hours. He really has, Alfredo. He was short for so long. Six remain. Blind level is 125, 250,000. Alfredo has to move here for sure. And I think Taborski calls. No, he does call. Ace 9 versus King 10. Alfredo had to ship, folded around to him, picked up an ace. Let's rip. It's just 1.6 million. For Taborski to call 6 blinds basically. Oh, sick. Absolutely sick. Taborski running hot. He has a little bit of a smirk. It's over for Alfredo. Well, sometimes you have days like this, but you create your own luck. If Taborski knitted up with his chip advantage and just started being really selective on his opening range, well, he just wouldn't have this. He wouldn't be, you know what I mean? He is creating his own destiny here. It's hard to see him fall short of that podium. Very experienced, over $500,000 in live earnings. Taborski, and he does have the World Series of Poker gold ring, circuit ring that is. Alfredo done well. He's going to be back in the resort for the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Race 725.
Taborski. Well, given the fact that all these players now have secured that World Series seat, ICM not as big a factor, even though it is still pretty huge. But all of these guys, they've locked up 30,150 for themselves, so they're not going to be as nitty. 5 remain. 1 massive stack. Second in chips is Win. And this is Lady Luck 17. Playing the same stack size he started the final table with, 3.7 million. This is Win, 9.1 million in the cutoff. And he's going to open.
550.
Makes it 550, and Taborski's just going to let this one go. 4 deuce. No interest. The Razor. That was a good fold he made against the chip leader earlier. Giuseppe here with an ace of his own. And he is suited. Puts in the 300,000. Pot size 1.5 million. King 3 deuce. Wheel draw for Win. Giuseppe has the backdoor clubs, but I think this king high board is down enough board for pre-flop Razor to continue on.
450.
Giuseppe lets it go, and Win sits now on 10 million. It's a cruel game, this. I remember Win letting rip with the Queen 9. Patrick with all the chips. Ace King, easy call. Of course, Ace King gets cracked. Patrick loses another couple of hands, and well, finished 9th. Win here, second in chips, and nicely going up through the gears.
3 race 500.
Robert Win. King Jack suited. Taborski with the pseudo connectors.
Five call, 500,000. Seven pass. Eight pass. Two call. Three players to the floor. Two check. Three check. Five check. Two check. Three check.
Interesting situation. Lady Luck with two pair, but 4-card flush on board. And Taborski is going to rep the flush. Lady Luck has the additional stress of wind still in the hand. So whatever about Taborski having a diamond in his hand, he has wind to deal with also, but he makes the call. Two pair.
River heads up.
Any diamond would give a chop pot. 9 on the river. Lady Luck could be faced with some serious pressure here. Taborski knows his pair sevens is not good.
Five check.
But decides to surrender. Lady Luck making a strong call there with two pair on the 4-card flush board. Gets a stack up to 5.6 million.
Five raise, 500.
Taborski raising once again, of course, under the gun with the A7. Makes it 500k.
Seven pass.
The razor folds the king 10, but Giuseppe does have the benefit of position on the button here with queen jack suited. Flicks in the $500,000 chip, and Lady Luck with King Queen in the small blind position. Win folds in the big blind, getting a massive price there. 9-4 suited. I'd certainly be interested in peeling a flop. 9-4 hearts, getting that kind of price. 6-1. King Jack 5. Both Giuseppe and Lady Luck make a pair. Taborski checks. Giuseppe checks back, second pair. 5 on the turn. Lady Luck now will announce himself. Kings and 5s.
700.
So 700,000 turn bet is called. 8 on the river. 3.4 million pot. Lady Luck. Well, he checks. I'm surprised he didn't go for value there. Happy enough to take it down, and he brings his stack up to 7.8 million. Giuseppe 3.7 million. Giuseppe, the short stack on the table. And you can see 14 bigs for Giuseppe. Taborski with 100 plus big blinds in his stack, 5-handed. At the final table of this Swiss Poker Open, all 5 players guaranteed 31,500. But there's 92k up top. That includes the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. 5 remain. Average stack just over 10 million. The Razor under the gun with the Kings. Big blind is 250. The Razor makes it 650. It's too expensive for Lady Luck to get involved. Win with a suited ace in the small blind position. Going to put in the 650. Taborski with 5-3 offsuit. Getting 4.5-1 on his money. Decides to peel a flop with the 5-3. The Razor has smashed this board. Top set, no one has anything. Win checks, Taborski checks. You may see a check back, given that there's no straight draw, no flush draw. This is a real safe board to check back. Give your opponents a chance to catch up. Well, it's end of hand. Surprised at this bet, given how dry that board is.
500.
End of hand. Win is just going to fold out. Ace 4 diamonds. And Taborski has missed. The Razor trying to build up the pot quick. He shows the top set. Button moves. 5-handed here on our final table. Now Giuseppe. Pocket tens. Giuseppe is the short stack, I believe. Playing about a third of the average stack. 14 bigs. Average stack around 40 bigs. Just moves in with the tens. Now, Lady Luck, he's completely turned it around. He's down to about 2.5 million at one stage. Under the gun makes it 500k min raise. Taborski 8-5 suited on the button. Concentration level so high. Eight five of clubs on the button he calls. Now the Razor. Queen Jack in the small blind position. He calls well. Giuseppe getting massive price. He's certainly going to be continuing with ace 9, just 250,000, 2 million out there. Getting 8-1 in his money, would you believe? Makes the call. So we're going to go 4 way to a flop. Problems for Giuseppe. He's flopped top pair, but Lady Luck has him out kicked. It's checked around to Lady Luck. He's going to lead out for 700k, about 30% of the pot. Taborski does have a draw. Good shot. 2 bow, give him a straight. But given there's no club out there, I think we'll see Taborski fold this. Well, he's not. Going to float, put in the 700k. You can see Giuseppe looking a bit stressed, understanding he's got kicker issues, but I think it's too big a hand to give up just yet. Top pair could be good here. Does have a 2-pair draw, so he's going to put in 700,000 and I think Lady Luck will be concerned. Well, he certainly should be, because he's just got outdrawn here. Giuseppe has made top two. 4.4 million in the pot. Giuseppe with just 2.9 million behind. I think a shove gets called, you know. I mean, this would be a super fold from Lady Luck. Dvorski's finished with the hand, but that's one of the concerns that Lady Luck has. If he's closing the action here, the decision is more straightforward, and that's a great fold. Dvorski folds. Giuseppe gets up to 7.3 million. Now, win with ace queen under the gun. 8.3 million stack. Blind still 125, 250. About 30 minutes left in this blind level. Win makes it 800k. This is pretty big sizing, given the big blind is just 250. Gonna fold out all these marginal hands. Interesting decision here for Lady Luck. King 9 suited in the big blind position, but it's going to cost him 550,000 more to see a flop. That's a good shot for Lady Luck with the backdoor diamonds. It's gone check, check. The jack on the turn gives Lady Luck a double gutter. An 8 or queen would give him a straight. His king is no good now. That would give Win the Broadway straight. $750,000 turn bet here from Lady Luck. Win trying to figure out if he hits his ace or queen is it good. He knows a king would be good for sure. Decides to let it go, and Lady Luck pinches one. Both Win and Lady Luck on par now, both playing 7.5 million. halfway through this 125 250 blind level. For viewers just tuning in, if you're wondering what you're watching, well, I can tell you it's the Swiss Poker Open main event. These players ponied up €550. Started the event with 1,039 entries. 1039 entries, total amount of entries, producing a $500,000 prize pool. All of these 5 remaining players guaranteed €31,500. Part of the payout for the remaining players is that ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Average stack is just over 2 million, or just over 10 million. But that average stack is kind of skewed, given that Taborski is sitting on like 24 million. He's got close to half the chips in play. Now, the Razor makes it 600k in the cutoff. Giuseppe makes the call with the ace-6 suited in the button position. Gonna see a flop. Ace-Jack 7. The Razor hits a pair, but Giuseppe, top pair, backdoor diamonds. Goes check, check. Nice check back there from Giuseppe. Now realizes a flush draw to go along with his top pair. The Razor thinks he's good here, given that board was checked. Jack good here quite often, but Giuseppe not going anywhere, puts in the 600,000. And we go to the river. Queen of Diamonds gives the nut flush to Giuseppe. $925,000 value bet, which is about 30% of the pot. The Razor does get sticky in these type of situations. Well, he's picked up 2.5 million chips. Giuseppe could get paid here. Payam Ansarian makes another decent fold. So 5 remain, average stack just over 10 million. Under the gun here is the UK based player Payam the Razor Ansarian. He folds, and now Giuseppe, 9 million stack. He's second in chips. Lady luck on the button with the 9-4 of clubs. He folds, and blind v blind win in the small blind position, and the chip leader David Taborski is sitting in the big blind with 5-3 off. You'd expect him to check his option here. Well, Taborski makes it 775. Pretty big sizing. Win with a suited ace, not going anywhere. Wally, 3 bets, I love this. Takes down the pot, brings him up over 8 million. Taborski sitting on 22 million. Now, Giuseppe, under the gun, ace queen, you can feel the tension. Advantage not so much with David Taborski. As you can see, the ICM not as much of a factor now that all these 5 players have locked up over 30k for themselves. 550,000 raised under the gun with the ace queen, and it's folded right around to the razor in the big blind position with 4 deuce. He is suited, 300k to call. I'm calling here. Not so much to hit a pair, but you want to hit your flush, straight, 2 pair, trips, everything is possible. The razor does make a flush draw, so he's going to be continuing. Giuseppe continues with ace queen on a king high board. Snap call from the razor. Now that ace gives a combination draw to the razor. He has a straight draw, flush draw, but it's 1.5 million. Well, that's 550 in fact. Sizing very small from Giuseppe. A lot of cards that can help the razor, and that's one of them. He makes the flush. And Giuseppe, with that ace of diamonds in his hand, he's going to be calling a bet here, I think. $3.3 million all in river jam from Payam, the razor, and Sarian. Defended with 4-2 of diamonds. Flop the flush draw. Check, call, flop. Turn, I think Giuseppe could have got rid of the razor on the turn. But I mean, the bet size was just so attractive. The razor just had to call. Then he got there, hit his diamond on the river. Now he just open jams. Pot size all in. 3.3 million. This is difficult. Top pair. Pretty much the nut kicker. Well, for sure it's the nut kicker. He would have heard from Ace King pre-flop. It's a tough decision. Giuseppe facing an all-in shove. Apart from a bluff, what kind of hands would do this that Giuseppe is beating? Well, very few. Ace Jack, Ace 10, perhaps, but not likely. So when you think about it, I mean, it's very difficult for Giuseppe to be in the lead here. And what bluffs does he have that doesn't get there? Ten Jack. This is a fold. Giuseppe is hating it, but his one pair hand is just not beating anything. Giuseppe trying to figure this out. Well, he's 4 minutes in the tank, and it looks like he's going to get away. Decent fold from Giuseppe. But when he thought about it, very little he was beating. The Razor defending with the 4-2 of diamonds. Makes flush on the river. Gets his stack back up to 6.9 million. You can see still a massive advantage for David Taborski. But there's a bunch of blinds out there. We have 200 bigs still in play. But coming towards the end of this 125, 250 level. About 10 minutes or so left in this level. Now the Razor in the small blind with Big Slick, facing erasing the cutoff from Win, who opened pretty light with 4-3. So I think a 3-bet incoming from the Razor here with Big Slick. I think it would certainly end the hand. Unless Giuseppe in the big blind wakes up with something extraordinary. I want to see a 3-bet from the Razor. So 3-bet rip all in from the Razor, and that makes the decision for Win super easy. 4 high. Of course, he's going to tank for about 3 or 4 seconds and then go, okay, going to fold a big one to you. So the Razor turning things around up to 8.6 million. 5 players still remain here in King's Resort. You're watching the Swiss Poker Open main event. This is the chip leader, Taborski. 5-hander, picks up an ace. You would expect an open here. Big blind 250. Min raise from Taborski. The razor folds the Jack 10 and 9-3 and the button will go into the bin. Giuseppe 6.7 million and now Lady Luck on 6.8 million. Win on 7 million. All of these players bunched together. Taborski with a huge advantage. He's triple the stack of his nearest opponent. So capable, very experienced, but a lot of work still to be done to get to that winning position. 81,900 up top, plus of course that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, which all 5 remaining players have locked up. Now, Lady Luck on the button, King 7. 625,000 in the pot pre-flop. Win's going to be folding the 3 deuce, but Taborski has picked up a premium. It's a super premium. It's the maximum starting hand. Pocket aces. 600 raise from Lady Luck. He could just flat call here, disguise his hand, and that's really deceptive. Lady Luck, King 7, no connection to this board, but you'd expect him to try and end it here. 1.6 million out there. He's the pre-flop raiser. He's the player most likely to have all the premium pairs. That's what you would think, but we know that Taborski here has hidden the strength of his hand. Pocket aces. Lady Luck with none of this. Continues for 625. Taborski with a decision. Does he announce himself now, or does he just continue the story of under-repping the strength of his hand by flat calling this continuation bet on the flop? Well, that's your answer. Taborski goes for it. Lady Luck with absolutely none of this. Taborski getting that extra 625k on the flop that he wouldn't have got the 3-bet pre. Taborski trying to get all the money over the line there in the flop. But Lady Luck with no piece of it. 5.6 million. He is the short stack now. Suited ace. The cutoff makes it 500,000. Taborski in the small blind with an ace of his own. Now, the raiser loves to defend with these suited type hands, and he's certainly going to be putting in 250. getting 4.5 to 1 in his money with 10-7 of hearts. Now, Jack 5 deuce. Lady Luck. Bottom pair. No heart out there. But look at this. The razor. He's saying, look, I'm the one that has connected with this board. Bets out 850. This is difficult for Lady Luck to continue. Does have the backdoor diamonds. Does have bottom pair. So Lady Luck continues. Jack on the turn. It's interesting. The razor is repping with Jack here, 1.2 million. I think it's end of hand. I don't think Lady Luck can continue. It's just way too risky. And the razor up to average stack 10 million. Lady Luck down to 4.2 million. So looks like we're going on a break. Still 5 players. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Do join us.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. And we are watching five-handed play. Just reading Rob's message there. I think the player's name is not Ladies. Look, it's Lucky Luke. Guy's name is probably Luke. That's pretty much spot on. Thank you for that. So button with the chip leader opposite the dealer there, you can see David Taborski. Big stack. And this is Lucky Luke from Slovakia. Now Taborski, button. Lines up now 150, 300k. There's about 52 million chips on the table. And this gentleman, David Taborski, is close to half the amount of chips in play. He's going to raise here with Queen Deuce in the button. And it's going to win the pot. 850k awarded to Taborski. 25 million chip stack. Now, Jack 10 under the gun for a win. He's playing 6.9 million. 23 bigs. But Taborski in control here. Cut off, open, incoming. 600k min race with the ace 9. Interesting. Giuseppe with ace 9 also, but he snap folds in the small blind. And Lucky Luke folds in the big blind position. Taborski scoops another pot. 50% now of the chips in play. Blinds 150, 300,000. Giuseppe folded ace 9 the last hand in the small blind position, but he 3-bets on this occasion. Ace 9 suited. I think Taborski can just fold here. He's making enough profit with the min raises. He's getting enough of these raises through. Well, he's going to stick about, peel a flop. And Taborski has a piece of this. Flops a pair. Giuseppe top pair, so he's going to get a street of value out of Taborski. Giuseppe top pair, backdoor flush, backdoor straight. Taborski second pair. Check call on flop. 3 is a blank. Taborski's going to check. Giuseppe might check this back. 6. Taborski happy to get to showdown, but ace 9 will scoop 4.7 million. Giuseppe up to 8.7 million total. Average stack is just over 10 million. 5 remain. All 5 players guaranteed 31,500 euro. Giuseppe Picks up another ace, ace jack this time. He's going to open in the cutoff for sure. Big blind 300,000. Sizings have been rather big. So you expect like 750, 800,000 here. $650 from Giuseppe. Taborski will defend with 910. Well, that's interesting. Check back from Giuseppe after flopping top pair. And this turn card opens up a ton of cards. 8 for the straight or any club for Taborski. He checks. Giuseppe checks back. 3 is a blank. 10 high, no good. Taborski. You'd expect just to wave the flag here. I'm surprised Giuseppe's not going for value there. Target Queen X, 7X. Gets his stack up to 10 million. Taborski down to 23, but I say down to 23. He's more than double the average stack. He's average stack for heads up play. Now, Lucky Luke. Ace Jack in the cutoff. Short stack, 3.4 million. 11 big blind shove with Ace Jack. Small blind folds, but the big blind looks like he's picked up a hand now. 10-6. Lucky Luke gets his stack up to 4.2 million. So this is King's Resort. This is the Swiss Poker Open final day. This is the final table. Final 5 players. Queen 7 button open. Bayam looks down at 10-9 suited. Giuseppe another ace. I mean, it's incredible since the break. Almost every hand has contained an ace in Giuseppe's holdings. Good shot for the razor with the backdoor diamonds. But Taborski could actually win this with a bet here. It's going to be difficult for the razor to continue. There's always the possibility There could be a check raise incoming from Giuseppe, but he decides to make the call with the good shot in the backdoor diamonds. But the queen high is in the lead. Of course, Taborski won't be expecting that. Jack on the turn. This should slow things down. Jack, a reasonable card for the razor to be calling the flop with. And the 9 makes 2 pair for the razor. He gets there in the end. Makes 2 pair. $900,000 value bet from the razor. Taborski with a blocker to the straight. He's thinking of applying pressure here with a raise. Taborski, that is what's going through his mind. He could get the razor off King X. That's what he's going to do. Raise incoming. This is incredible. And this may work, you know. 3 million is cut out there in front of the razor. It's more. It's pretty sizable. He's using the information of that queen in his hand. And this is just super difficult for the razor to call this. He himself has a blocker to the straight. Taborski making it 4.2 million. Payam Ansarian. Well, it's very difficult for him to make this call. And Taborski gets his stack up to 26 million. More than half the chips in play now in this player's stack. We've been 5-handed for a couple of hours. Win 6.2 million. 21 big blinds. And this is the chip leader. No prizes for guessing. What's going to happen now? Ace 10 in the cutoff. Check player. David Taborski, World Series of Poker Gold Ring winner. Makes it 600k in the cutoff with Ace 10. The razor sitting on 7,023 bigs. He folds Giuseppe. Small blind position. Folds the 8-6, and well, this could be problems for Lucky Luke. He just has 12 bigs behind. Looks down at an ace, looks at the clock. He knows Taborski is opening every hand. So there's a reasonable chance if he 3-bet he could get Taborski to fold, but Taborski with the goods on this occasion, and Lucky Luke deciding not to put another dime in the pot with Ace 3 in the big blind position. And it's just one way really. David Taborski masterclass display on this final table. I mean, we featured Taborski yesterday, and I was kind of surprised at how nitty he was playing, how tight. But he did have a shallow stack, and patience, discipline has paid off. He's here in absolute control. You really get the feel that there is a little bit of a gulf between him and the other four players. He makes it 600k with king 5. I'm hating this call with the deuces. Small pair. And now, Lucky Luke, Queen Jack suited. And that's why I hate the call with the deuces. May not get to see a flop. Look at this. Win with the goods. Taborski snap folds the king 5 and the razor has to fold the deuces. Unlucky for Lucky Luke. Ran into it. I'd have got that shoved through. But Win woke up with a premium pair. Payam Ansarian has folded the deuces. Going to go to a flop. Queen Jack suited versus pocket queens. Looking for a flush, straight. Couple of jacks, but that's pretty horrible board for Lucky Luke. Does have the back doors. Wow. Life on the turn. 9 outs. Doesn't happen though. Lucky Luke made a move, but ran into pocket queens and Win. Goops the pot. Gets a couple of blinds off both David Taborski and Payam Ansarian. Also, as well as eliminating the young player from Slovakia, Lucky Luke 17. And now 4 remain, all guaranteed €37,000. Average stack is over 40 bigs, so plenty of play. Giuseppe, king 9 in the cutoff. And look at this, small blind with a king deciding not to clash with the chip leader, Taborski. Wins another one. Stack size 26 million for Taborski. Second in chips is Win. Now folded around to Taborski on the button. Even for him, 10-3 off. Bit of a stretch, small blind. Pocket pair. Moves in for 21 bigs. Well, this is interesting. Snap fold from Giuseppe. Four remain, all four players you can see in the screen there. Bottom of your screen, Robert Wynn. Left of your screen, chip leader, Taborski. Centre of the screen is the UK player known as the Razor, and the right hand side of your screen, posting small blind, is Giuseppe. That's the chip leader, David Taborski. You're watching the Swiss Poker Open main event. Average stack about 13 million. Taborski with double the average. Average for heads up play. Opens here with King 5. The Razor folds the Queen Deuce. Giuseppe's going to be folding. Jack 6. But Wynn will defend with a suited King. King 8 of clubs. And we're going to see a flop. Well, doesn't get much better for Wynn than this board. Pair and a flush draw. Taborski checks back. We're going to see this chopped quite often. Basically half the deck would give a split pot. 1.1 million. Taborski with a pair. Two pair draw, trip draw. Taborski folds. Checks back flop and folds turn. Wynn obviously with a very solid reputation. Taborski makes a big fold there in my opinion. This is the Razor. Ace 8 under the gun. And now Taborski in the big blind with a pocket pair. Taborski pulls the trigger, applies pressure, moves all in with his small pair. This designed, of course, to fold out all these type of hands. Ace 8, King Jack, Queen Jack suited, these type of hands that he's flipping against. They just have to fold. The Razor does fold. Taborski scoops a pot. Button moves. This is the Swiss Poker Open. 4 remain. All 4 players have locked up €37,000. They're playing for 92k. Now Giuseppe, his turn to play the queens. No interest from the chip leader with 8-9 off, and the razor is not going to show any interest either. Giuseppe takes down the pot, leaves him on 8.8 million. He's third of 4 players. Short stack is the razor, sitting on 5.9 million. Now 6-5 suited connectors, under the gun, 4-handed. Average stack 13 million. Win sitting on 11 million. Big blind 300k. We're about halfway through this blind level. 1.1 million. Taborski folds, razor folds. Giuseppe in the big blind with 10-8. Decides not to defend. Win. Good solid image. Getting the big blind to fold. Now, Taborski, always going to be opening any ace X hand. The razor can't do anything with queen deuce. Giuseppe will fold the jack 8. But Win will defend king queen. And we're going to go and see a flop. Win with king queen. Taborski ace 4. No paint. Win will check. Taborski will probably put in a small feeler bet here. Well, he checks back. In fact, he does have that ace of spades, which may be relevant. He does pick up a good shot, but ace high in the lead. Turn is checked. Ace high good here. But can Win steal it? Yes, is the answer. Difficult for Taborski to call here. 600,000 to 1.7 million pot. About 30% of the pot. It really screams of value bet. Probably is a value bet. He thinks king high is in the lead, but Taborski shows the ace high, and Win has a little smirk. 28 million for Taborski. 4 players left. This is the player at risk. I say at risk, I mean he's still 5.7. 19 bigs. By no means near that danger zone. This is win with the king 8 in the small blind. He raises into Taborski. Taborski with a suited jack. And he's just not willing to give up his big blind that easy. Makes the call. And we're going to go and see a flop. Win versus Taborski. Number 1 and 2 in chips. Both have missed. Win. Checks. David Taborski. Jack 6 of spades does have the back doors. Well, end of hand, win. Connects. Taborski folds. Did pick up a good shot, but not interested in chasing. Win up to 12 million. Button moves. This is the Swiss Poker Open main event, four-handed. Superstructure for this Swiss Poker Open main event. We had a 50-minute clock on day 2, 50k starting stack, and then final day moves to a 1 hour clock. Really gives a lot of play. Win on the button here with ace 7. The Razor won a big pot with 4-2 suited before the last break. He's going to defend once again with 4-2 of spades. Win with the ace 7. Well, the Razor connects, makes bottom pair. Win is going to fire. 800,000. The Razor not going anywhere just yet. He puts in the 800k with bottom pair, but Win still with a ton of equity. Diamond will be interesting while 7 is better. Catapults him into the lead. Win moves all in. $12 bigs behind for the Razor. This all-in shove from Win, it's hard to see him getting called by any hands he's beating. I guess the board is pretty draw heavy. He just wants to end it. Maybe target 5x maybe that calls him. The razor with bottom pair. There's the fold as expected. Win up to 14 million. Still 4 players. Win second in chips. Average stack approximately 13 million. But it's Taborski sitting on about 26 million, who has a commanding lead. The razor down to 12 bigs, posting small blind. In the big blind is Giuseppe. Giuseppe sitting on about 8.5 million. Now, Win. I like the way he's gone up through the gears the last couple of orbits. He was playing super snug all day. Started the day as chip leader. Felt he was playing just a little bit tight, but going to see 3-bet shove all in here from the razor. And it's going to be a close one for Win. Whether he calls or not, there is the all-in shove. Giuseppe is actually down to 7.5 million. He's going to fold the jack deuce. And now Win with a decision. 3.7 million to call. Well, it's actually 2.8. 9 bigs. Very close this, king queen. Well, it is an all-in and a call. Ace queen versus king queen. Big moment for the razor, who's the all-in with ace queen, Win, king queen, and that's pretty much end of hand. That ace will give the razor the double true. Confirmation with the 4 clubs in the turn brings him up to 8.1 million. Just can't get rid of this guy. He's so sticky. Win on 10 million. The razor 8.1 million. Giuseppe 7.5 million, and the chip leader you see there in the bottom left of your screen, David Taborski, sitting on 25.5 million. Giuseppe in the small blind position with a suited ace, and Win with king 9 of hearts. Win makes the call with the king 9 of hearts, and we're going to see a flop. Well, it's pretty strong flop for Win. He's flopped the combo draw, straight draw, flush draw. So going absolutely nowhere here. King 9 of hearts on a queen jack 3 2-heart board. Win calls 600k. Deuce gives the check mark to Win. Giuseppe shuts down. I'd love to see a check back here from Win. He's made his hand. $1.1 million. It's over. Giuseppe realizing he could be drawn dead here. Does have a 2-pair trip draw, but could be up against a made hand. Fold from Giuseppe leaves him on 6.2 million. He now is the short stack, playing just 21 big blinds. Blinds still 150, 300k, and they will be for another 15 minutes or so. Win playing about 12 million. Taborski, who's posting big blind ante and big blind. Directly opposite the dealer is the chip leader. It's the razor. Under the gun, ace 4. Oh, I don't like this. Why would he ship all in? It's a huge shove. $26 bigs. It's hugely risky. Big exposure there. So, button moves and the small blinds, Taborski, big blind, the razor. This is Giuseppe under the gun, the short stack with 21 big blinds. Folds. Win sitting on 11 million. He folds. Taborski 7-3 suited, and Taborski not one to give up. Blind v blind. In all likelihood, we're going to see him continue here. What way does he continue? That's the question. Limp. Is what he decides to do, but massive hand here. Ace queen. Absolute monster. Blind v blind. So the razor will be raising this up, you would expect. Well, the overbet will definitely work. Taborski not going to be interested in calling with 7 high. Looks like a limp on the button from Taborski. Giuseppe, pocket fives, 5.6 million. Just under 20 bigs. Could let rip here with the fives. He is the short stack. He's the one that's got to generate something. Small pair. Big blind position after chip leader limps in on the button, I think. He should be ripping here. Well, he decides to check his option, peel a flop. Problem here is fives don't flop so well. Well, it's brutal, isn't it? Taborski running good. Flops, trips. And we did see the five of hearts folded. Giuseppe's going to have to call this straight for sure. That's pretty horrible. Ace on the turn. There's not many aces in Taborski's range. I think we're going to see another very small bet from Taborski. I think we could see another call from Giuseppe. Taborski just trying to figure out what's calling him on the flop. Well, King X makes sense. $600K, and Giuseppe just getting milked here. Well, he's created his own problems. He should have let rip with the fives pre-flop. Instead, it's cost him a bunch of blinds. I think he gets away here on the river. Giuseppe will be going for value once again. Probably around the 1 million mark. Really sizes so expertly. Taborski. Well, he goes big. Snap fold from Giuseppe, who leaves himself with just 4.7 million. And not long left in this level. It's only about 10 minutes left in this. 150, 300K. Big blind level. $27 million. This is the height of Taborski's stack size. 27 million under the gun here. 7-6. Giuseppe, well, surely he makes the move here. 15 bigs. Moves all in. Win is asking how much it is, but he's not going to be calling. $15 big blind shove will get the job done. Win folds and Taborski snap folds to 7 high. Giuseppe back up to 20 bigs. Still the short stack here on our final table. Now, under the gun is the razor, ace, a 7 suited, Certainly strong enough to open four-handed. I just don't understand. Why would he risk moving all in? Well, this is a big problem. The Razors moved in with A7, and we just seen A7 folded. This is huge. Now, it's not straightforward. One of the reasons for the shove here that he gets bigger aces to fold, ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, ace jack perhaps. I don't think ace queen will fold. Win with the ace queen. I mean, I don't understand the all-in shove. I really don't. This guy has been playing absolutely brilliant stuff for the last 2 days. But this, in my opinion, is a mistake. And the all-in rip with the ace 4 last orbit. Now, it's not straightforward. Win. This is pretty much for his tournament. But ace queen is huge, four-handed. Start folding these hands. Well, this is strong. Well done, Win. Got to tip your hat to him. It's not as easy as you think to make that call. And the Razor has been caught. The problem he has, right, there's a 7 folded. Win is blocking his spade draw. So it's difficult to see an escape for Payan and Sarian. Big moment. Win with ace queen. Well, straight draw. Never easy this game. Straight draw for Win. Deuce on the turn. Win. Firmly focused. The Razor. Stoic. Doesn't happen for the Razor. He goes broke in fourth. What a performance this guy put in. I mean, he really was hugely entertaining to watch. Pulled off some incredible moves. I'm just not sure about that all-in rip for 9 million. Big blind is 300k. 30 big blind rip. And Win up over 20 million. And then there were 3. Giuseppe is the shorty. Taborski still the dominant force. But it's anyone's game. A lot of poker still to be played here. All of these 3 players have guaranteed themselves 45,850. It's 60k for a runner-up, and it's 92k for the winner. And there you have the chip counts. 20 bigs for Giuseppe, but this blind level is coming to a close. So there's going to be more pressure on Giuseppe. Win sitting on 20 million, 67 bigs. Taborski still with half the chips in play. There's 170 bigs out there. Plenty of play. Still in this Swiss Poker Open. Final table, we have Taborski from the Czech Republic. Multiple tournament winner. Vastly experienced. Opening here on the button with the King 7. Giuseppe with 20 big blinds. We're going to see a 3-bet all in perhaps. He's got to be making moves here. He's the shorty. The onus is on him. And he looks to the dealer and asks for the triangle. Win. That was a decent call with the ace queen. Might look really straightforward, but it's not as easy as one would think. It was for his tournament. Remember, he can just fold and no risk. Still keep his 11 million, whatever he was sitting on. No pressure. But he had the strength of character, had the recognition of what exactly was going on. I was surprised, I'll be honest. Such a big all-in rip that was. Three remain. Taborski gets a walk, but he shows ace queen. Win on the button with the 9-8. Now, Win disguising his hand here, and he couldn't have flopped much better. Top pair with the no flush draw. Taborski is just dead. There's no way I can see Taborski winning this pot, but he's going to rep that ace, and perfect board for Win just to smooth the call. He's got everything going here. There is the smooth call, 300,000. Taborski dead now on the turn. 7 on the turn, but it's a good card for Taborski. He's going to shut down. Win in the big blind. He's got a lot of 7Xs. And a queen, another good card for Taborski. Comfortable fold here. 900,000. There's a chance he's chopping with a busted flush draw. And Win does have a busted flush, but he's also got 2 pair. Good fold from Taborski. Button moves. New blind level, 200,000, 400,000. That gives us about 130 bigs in play. Giuseppe, the short stack. 400k is the big blind, but Giuseppe on the button here will open. King Queen, three-handed, got to be opening here. Moves in with King Queen. Taborski will fold the 7-5 in the big blind position. Let you viewers know about what's happening in the resort. We have another 500,000 guaranteed event next week. Well, it kicks off tomorrow, in fact. Tuesday. Well, we have the big Tuesday on Tuesday, and then Wednesday we have the satellite to 1A. That's the France Poker Festival. 300 buy-in, 270 plus 30, 500,000 guaranteed, 500,000. That happens all week. Several flights. Taborski moving in blind v blind here. Takes down the big blind of Giuseppe and the big blind ante. So yes, France Poker Festival happening all next week. The main event, 300 buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed. Credible value. And then the end of March, World Series of Poker Circuit Festival kicks off. I mean, that really is a spectacular event. Goes on for almost 3 weeks. WSOPC Spring Edition. Now Giuseppe, Ace Jack suited in the small blind. Moves all in. Taborski limps on the button. The World Series of Poker Circuit Spring Edition has 12 gold rings with over 3 million in tournament guarantees. Kicks off the last day of, well, in fact, it's the 30th of March. It kicks off with that mini main event. We'll bring you all the action from that. That's a 500,000 guaranteed, huge guarantee for just €250 buy-in. That's the mini main event. It's one of the highlights. That also features the PLO Bounty Hunter, the mixed PLO No Limit Hold'em. There's the Lucky Sevens Gold Ring event number 5. Monster Stack, another 500,000 guaranteed. Then that leads nicely up to the 1 million guaranteed, 1,700 buy-in. WSOPC main event, ring number 11. So plenty to look forward to over the next month here in King's Resort. Win opening light on the button, and Taborski, that ace in his hand, he 3-bets, gets the job done. David Taborski, chip leader, still half the chips in play. So, France Poker Festival kicking off later this week. Then we move into the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival for 3 weeks. 12 gold rings and 3 million guaranteed. Blinds 200,000, 400,000. Giuseppe on the button here with King 10. He is the short stack. King 10, he just open rips. It'll work. Both Win and Taborski snap fold. Win been very impressive. Really went up through the gears when required. On the button here with King Queen. Makes it 2.1 million. This is pretty big. 5x. Giuseppe in the big blind folds. He's 7 million behind, which is about 17 bigs. That's the chip leader, Taborski. 500,000 plus in live tournament earnings. Actually holds a World Series, a poker circuit gold ring from back in 2017. But he's been around the block and some, this guy. Vastly experienced opening here on the button with the King 7, but Giuseppe will be 3-bet ripping all in with his 6.9 million stack. $17 bigs all in, and Taborski just makes an easy laydown. Dvorsky with the advantage of position here. Win with queen 9. Dvorsky checks back. Going to go to a turn. 10 on the turn. And now Win fires. Dvorsky, I think, sticks about. For at least one more street. Ace on the river. Win with queen high. Going to fire again. Now this would be really interesting. 1.3 million. David Dvorsky. Such a strong live player. Can he read this? And Win just looking for a fast fold from Dvorsky. Dvorsky interested. King high, is he thinking of calling with king high? Or is he thinking of turning his hand into a bluff? Decides against it, he folds the king high and Win. Gets one through, collects that 3.3 million pot and brings the stack up to 20 million. Very close to parity with Dvorsky. Blinds 200,000, 400,000. Three-handed here. And it's still pretty deep. I expect to be here for another while. This is Win. 9-10. Button position. Makes it 900k. Dvorsky with king 8 in the small blind position. Giuseppe folds his big blind. Ace high good here. King 3 folded. Already Now, Win calls with king high, but ace high will win it. That puts Win on par with Taboski. Giuseppe's still the short stack here, three-handed. If you've just tuned in, you're looking at the Swiss Poker Open main event. That's Giuseppe 19 big blind stack, and this is Win sitting on 23 million. He's actually taken the chip lead. David Taborski gets a walk with 7 deuce. Now, Win with the momentum. King Queen on the button position. Going to see an open here. We're still three-handed. Line still 200k, 400k. 1 million open from Win Taborski with king 8 in the small blind. He folds and Giuseppe looks down at jack deuce. No interest. He folds. That was a decent call Win made with the ace queen. 30 big blind all in rip. Some players don't make that call. Win had the recognition, the understanding to know what was going on. Now Taborski on the button with the big slick. Blinds 200k, 400k. Taborski going to open to about 900. Well, it's the absolute min, 800. Giuseppe not interested with jack 6. Win will call here with 4-2 suited. Top for Taborski, who may just check this back. Give Win the opportunity to catch up. Disguise his hand. Well, he's going to continue. Build up the pot. Puts in 700,000. Win with none of this. That leaves both Taborski and Win sitting on 23 million. Giuseppe sitting on about 6.5 million. Plenty of blinds still in play. 3 players, all guaranteed. €45,850. But it's 92,000 plus for first place. 47,000 in the difference between first and third. Now Win with the big slick in the small blind position. Makes it 1.2 million, which is a 3x Taborski. In the big blind. Deciding to defend. Puts in the additional 800k, we're going to see a flop. Win is missed. No pair, no draw. But he's going to continue. Taborski. Sticking about. Puts in the 900,000. Already we have 4.6 million in this pot. 5 on the turn. I think Win shuts down here. In the hope of getting a free river card. There's the check. Taborski. I think he just can end it here. With a 2 million bet. $2.2 million. David Taborski. I think this ends it. Win is missed. Not sure what Taborski had, but this pot brings him back into the position of chip leader. Czech player. Super composed. You definitely get the feeling that he's been here. He's done it before. Now Win on the button folds the 10-5. Taborski in the small blind position, 9-3. Looks at the clock, looks at the blinds, looks at his opponent's stack size. Taborski, he's so dogged in these blind v blind confrontations, but he decides 9-3 just not strong enough to keep going with. And Giuseppe, well, he'll accept that walk with 9-4 off. Button moves, blinds are posted. Taborski on the button with ace deuce. Now Win has a piece of this. Second pair, it's going to cost him. He checks Taborski. Top pair. $500k. Win looks back down at second pair, 2-pair draw, trip draw. Certainly going to be continuing. The 7 of clubs was folded by Giuseppe, but he still has 1-7 out there, and look at this, he gets check raised. Taborski going absolutely nowhere with top pair. Puts in the million. and Win gets the message. He's up against a hand. 5 on the turn gives Taborski a wheel draw to go along with top pair. Win fires again. 1.6 it looks like.
1,600,000.
Taborski makes the call. Taborski needs to avoid 7 or 9, and he does just that. And now Win surely gets the message. But he's going to fire again, it looks like. No, he checks. Sorry, that wasn't a check. Bets 2 million on the river.
Back 2 million.
So Taborski obviously worried about 2 pair. His kicker is a problem. Incredible. Win finds a way to win that hand. Huge pot, 10 million. Now, Taborski, small blind, ace 9. Well, Taborski limps with the ace 9. Giuseppe flops an open ender. But Taborski with the good shot, so a 7 would really kick things off. King on the turn. Taborski bets 500,000. Giuseppe calls with his open ender. 3 puts Giuseppe in the lead. Taborski with just ace high. Checks, check back from Giuseppe, who's going to win. A decent pot brings him up to 7.6 million. Now on the button, Taborski, ace 10, blind still 200k, 400k. About half an hour left in this blind level. Taborski second in chips, makes it 800k min raise. Win gonna defend with Jack 6 suited. Well, trips for win. Good shot for Taborski. Check raise from win. Taborski does have that good shot, but with no heart in his hand, I'm not really liking this call. Win with trips. Gonna go big on this turn. Realizes this board is very draw heavy. Nice check from Win. Trying to induce a bet from Taborski. Taborski checks back. Queen on the river. Well, Win hates to see this card. But he's going to put in a blocker type bet, 1.5 million. It's going to get called. Taborski. With ace high. There's the call as expected. And Win now with a very sizable lead, the biggest chip stack of the day, 29 million. Momentum with this gentleman. Win. He has been very decent. Gone up through the gears when needed. Taborski. Sitting on 16 million. Average stack is 17. And Giuseppe is still the short stack. He's kind of taking a backseat, Giuseppe. Just letting these two guys battle it out. Win coming out on top. Getting his bluffs through. Getting his value bets called. Taborski on a downward trend. But he's still plenty of bigs. Sitting on close to 40 big blinds. Ace, Jack, Deuce. Both players pick up a club draw. Taborski gets there. Win with 10 high, realizing he can't win with 10 high. Puts out a bet, he gets snapped off. And Taborski wins a pot, brings him up to average stack 17 million. Viewers just tuning in, you're watching the Swiss Poker Open. This festival attracted huge numbers, and this main event produced over 1,000 players. 500,000 prize pool, and out of the 1,039 entries, we're down to just 3 players. All these 3 players guaranteed 45,850, but it's 60k for a runner-up and 92,000 plus for the winner. Win opens on the button, and Giuseppe with a suited 10 in the big blind deciding no, not interested. He folds, leaves himself with 6.6 million. About 15 minutes or so left in this 200k, 400k blind level. Big money at stake. Almost 47,000 in the difference between third and first. Taborski folds. Giuseppe in the small blind here with 7-5 of clubs. Not interested. Giving Win a walk. You get the feeling Giuseppe is happy to let these 2 other players get involved. Both are vying for table captaincy, trying to secure a monster stack heads up, and Giuseppe here is just happy to sit back in the hope that one of these guys go bust and he'll automatically earn himself an extra 15k. Buy in for this event 500 plus 50. $500,000 in the prize pool. What an accomplishment for these guys to navigate their way through such a big field and battle it out here 3-way for the majority of the prize pool. Giuseppe picks up big slick. Let's rip. Button moves, blinds are posted. Giuseppe on the button, he's going to be folding the a3. But win, 9-10 suited. Makes it 1 million. Taborski, queen 5 offsuit. Very dogged in the big blind position. With queen 5 off. Not very attractive. That's why we see Taborski just fold out the queen 5. Win takes down another one, 30 million. Massive chip advantage. 30 million of 52 in play. Now win on the button with ace 7 of spades. Makes it 1 million.
What do I have to do?
Every time 1 minute.
Sunday million. Monday, no, it's Monday.
1 million.
Taborski with kings. Okay, could have action here. Ace 9 versus the kings. Win deciding just to flat call in the big blind with ace 9. Jack high board, kings are good. Win checks. Taborski's going to try and build this pot up. Win won't be going anywhere just yet. Well, wow, surprised. Snap folds the ace 9. Put Taborski on a big hand. And Taborski confirms. By showing his opponents the pocket kings.
This pocket I have never seen today.
Never leave pocket. Free fold. Here without pocket. Plays free without pocket. Don't need it.
I also, I have no pocket. One time free.
Now, Giuseppe, Big blind with a pair. I think he's got to go with this. 11 bigs behind. He says, okay, let's do this. He moves all in. Win asks for a count. It's close. It's just 4 million to call. I call, says Win. He's going to be delighted to see. It's a 50-50. Pocket sixes for Giuseppe. 10-7 of clubs for Win. Six is good on this board. No 7, no 10, no club. Backdoor straight possibility for Win. 7 or 10 for a clean out. 8 of spades, no good. Well, it opens up a few more outs. 9 would give him a straight. So 7, 9 or 10. Doesn't happen. 6 is hold. Big pot, 11 million. Brings Win back down to 25 million. Straight flip for thousands of euro. Pair sixes hold. Taborski. Average stack on the button here with 10-3 off. Win gets a walk. Jack 9 suited. Scoops the pot. Giuseppe up to 10 million. Still have about 10 minutes left in this. 200k, 400k blind level. And you can see 125 big blinds in play. Giuseppe on the button with Queen 10. I think this race will get a bit of respect. Giuseppe has been playing super snug. But Taborski, of course, getting a big price, so I'm going to put in the additional 600k, peel a flop. Well, Giuseppe has smashed this. 2 pair. Good check back, but he's going to lead out hoping. Taborski is a weak ace in the big blind, but Taborski with none of this. He folds Giuseppe up to 12 million. This getting a lot closer now, this three-way battle for the title, 92,000 euro. This is the Swiss Open main event. Just 3 players left. 1,039 entries. Taborski, ace-9 suited. Small blind position. Giuseppe with 4-2 offsuit. Certainly not going to continue. 800k. Will not be invested. Taborski takes down the pot. Brings him up to 16 million. Giuseppe 11 million. Then we have the chip leader on about 23 million. Robert Wynn, who you see in the bottom left of your screen. Now Taborski on the button with the Queen 10 of clubs. Well, interesting limp from Taborski. This will incentivize Giuseppe to get involved, and Wynn opts to check in the big blind with ace 6. Taborski with top pair. Checked into him, he leads out. And it's gone fold, fold. Taborski wins another one, gets a stack up to 18 million. Button moves. Just a few minutes left in this 200k, 400k blind level. It's been three-handed for quite some time. Taborski getting a walk. Taborski on the button here with the King 7 of hearts. Makes it 800,000. Now, King Jack suited. Going to see a raise from Wynn in the small blind position. And And Taborski's going to continue. Queen 9 in the big blind position. It's going to cost him $1 million to see a flop. Well, excuse me, it's just 600k, it's 400 invested. $1 million was the total raise size. So the 600,000 is put in. You can see Giuseppe taking a walk. That indicates to me we're on a break. Win checks, check back from Taborski. Ace of clubs, well, it's a good card for win. Gives him enough flush draw. Taborski with just queen high, 4 cards to a straight on the board. Can't really see him continuing. And with that fold, we are going to go on a quick break. Going to come back to the 250, 500,000 blind level. Do join us for the final of the Swiss Poker Open main event.
Now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to three-way action here. It's the final of the Swiss Poker Open 2022. A real interesting three-way battle. It's been going on a couple hours now. And anyone's guess who's going to come out on top. This gentleman was the strong favourite earlier. But Win has taken over the chip lead, and Giuseppe, who you see here in the screen, has come right back into it. Could see a clash here. First hand back after the break. Pocket sixes for Giuseppe. He doubled up with sixes earlier against Win.
There is 1,100,000.
Well, it looks like Taborski has limped in with the ace jack. Interesting. David Taborski. Limps with ace jack in the small blind position. Elects just to flat call, and he hits an ace.
Bet 600.
Giuseppe continues for 600k. Taborski knows he's in the lead here. He's going to flat call. Deuce on the turn. Taborski's really disguised his hand here. Checks turn. Giuseppe may fire again, but he checks back. Giuseppe's shut down. 7 on the river. And now value bet incoming from Taborski.
2,300,000.
2.3 million. Giuseppe. Let's go the sixes. All three players have locked up €45,850. Interesting way to play the ace jack. Taborski playing 19 million now, which is 38 bigs, blinds 250, 500k. Just over 100 bigs in play. Average stack about 35 bigs. Good shot for both players. Now, Win goes into the lead. Hits a straight. Dvorsky. Pair and a good shot. We'll call this 1 million bet from Win. 9 no good, Queen no good. Jack and Jack only would give him a straight to go ahead of Win, but Win with the straight to the Jack. Well, Win going for the check raise, but Dvorsky with showdown value checks back. Now, Win in the small blind, ace 9. Been very interesting to watch Win and Dvorsky battle it out. Win has come out on top of these blind v blind battles. Makes it 1.2 million. Dvorsky, Queen 6 off. Does have the benefit of position. May decide just to fold this and just a little too much on the weak side. Well, he decides to 3-bet. Win's hand just a little too strong to be folding. Wow, that is tight. Dvorsky takes down the pot. Win folding the ace 9. Didn't fancy continuing out of position. We're 3-way here in King's Resort at the Swiss Poker Open main event. One of the real standout festivals in the calendar. We had one of the organisers, Emile Bisset, go deep in this event. Went deep in day 2. Emile Bisset posted out around 30th. There or thereabouts. Always great atmosphere in the resort during the Swiss Poker Open, and this week no different. Live poker back with a bang, fully operational of course for several months here now in King's, and we have another World Series of Poker Circuit Festival to look forward to in just a couple of weeks' time, the spring edition. €3 million guaranteed throughout the festival, with 12 gold rings up for grab. Right now we're looking at Win versus Giuseppe, and Giuseppe 3-betting. This will get respect. 3-bet frequency from Giuseppe, very low, but I mean this is hugely risky. what he's doing. What's going on with Win? Surely he's not calling. The 8-7 he does. Wow, this surprises me. Does have the benefit of position. Giuseppe has the good shot. He's going to move all in. 1.5 million. Sorry, 550,000. And Win makes second pair. Backdoor straight. I mean, this is crazy what's going on in this hand. I don't understand it. I'm going to call it a 3-bet with 8-7. Make second pair. You're going to continue, surely. I'm just astounded at the way that hand was played. Interesting way that hand was played. Taborski, 7 deuce, 18 million, just above average stack. You can see the average stack there displayed 17.3 million. Giuseppe, still very much in this pocket sixes. Giuseppe seems to have loosened up a little bit, willing to step up. Still anyone's tournament this. €92,250 for the winner. 1.1 million raise from Giuseppe, and Win with the Jack 9 in the big blind makes the call. Win connects second pair. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight. Giuseppe fires 550, but he's setting this money on fire because Giuseppe going nowhere. $550 snap called. 3.7 million in the pot. Deuce is a blank. Giuseppe shuts down, you'd expect. Does check. And Win leads for 1.5 million end up hand. I want to see Win back up to about 24 million. Giuseppe down below the 10 million mark. Now Giuseppe on the button, ace 10. $1.1 million raised to Borski with a pair in the big blind. Interesting. It's a big move here from Dvorsky with pocket pair. He doesn't want to play this small pair through the streets. These low pairs don't flop so well. He decided to go for it. Giuseppe, with a hand I think he'll make a stand with. He's 17 big blinds. Ace 10. It's very close. Ace Jack, he snaps. Decides to fold. Wow. I think you could get exploited folding Ace 10 in that situation. Dvorsky. Second in chips. Giuseppe, the short stack. Giuseppe posting big blind. This is the chip leader. Win 24 million chips from 52 million in play. King 8 on the button. Dvorsky. Folds. Giuseppe leaves himself with 15 big blinds. Button moves. Dvorsky on the button with King 8. Suited ace in the small blind, 3-bet incoming here from Giuseppe. Ace 4 clubs. $15 big blind shove. Dvorsky not going to be interested in that situation. Too big a shove. Too weak his holdings. Lets Giuseppe have that one. Giuseppe takes down a pot. Button position. We're seeing a lot more all-ins given this new bigger blind level. 500,000 big blind. It's just 100 big blinds in play. About 35 bigs is the average stack. Now Giuseppe on the button. Folds and win folds, and that's nice if you're sitting in Dvorsky's seat, getting a walk with 7-2 off. King 4 suited, certainly good enough to open with. 500,000 is the big blind. Well, I'm just surprised. Win is put up the handbrake. Taborski hasn't. He'll be opening with the Jack-9 in the small blind. Certainly be entering the pot. I think you got to open a suit of king there in the button. Taborski very content to play the streets. This post flop play. Pretty much flawless. And there's a problem here for Giuseppe. He's flop top pair. Taborski top 2. Giuseppe makes the call. 5 would be a disaster. King on the turn. Which gives a chop pot potential. Another king would chop this up. Taborski with a check. Giuseppe doesn't fall for it. He checks back. 10 on the river. Well, that's a horrible card for Taborski. Checks. And Giuseppe could have stole it, but he's decided to check back, and Giuseppe loses the pot to 2 pair. Could have got ugly on the flop there. Taborski 20 million, Giuseppe 16 big blinds, sitting on 8 million. Still 3-handed in this Swiss Poker Open main event, broadcasting live from King's Resort. That's the short stack, Giuseppe in the centre of your screen. Opposite the dealer is David Taborski, sitting on about 20 million. And 22 million is Win. Small blind versus big blind. Giuseppe here with Jack 7. Limps in and Win. Happy to check his option. 10-6. Bottom pair for Giuseppe. Good shot for Win. 2 pair now for Giuseppe. Win with the good shot. Oh boy. What's going on? Win has moved all in. Does have that 10, which is a blocker to the straight. But I think Giuseppe's hand is too big to be folding. Win. Applying max pressure. It's not going to work. I don't think so. I think Giuseppe will call. Would Win move in here if it would have made straight? Well, he possibly would, 2 flush draws. It's not out of the question. But surely he flat calls in position and tries to extract more value. It's not making a whole lot of sense, this. I'm leaning towards a call here from Giuseppe. Giuseppe trying to figure it out. Did not expect this all in, I'll be honest. Win trying to exploit Giuseppe's snugness. He's been playing tight. Oh, that's surprising. Giuseppe worried about the straight. Jack 8 obviously. Real concern. Jack Queen not likely. And Giuseppe still considering what happened there. Well, he's going to consider it even more when he sees the highlights. Win gets that shoved through. I don't know how he did, to be honest. I really don't. He's here in the small blind with a suited king, and Taborski with a suited king of his own. Limp and check is the pre-flop play. We're going to see a flop. Both players missed this. Taborski with the backdoor spades. Gone check, check. Both pick up. Straight draw. King high here. Good quite a lot, so you're going to see Taborski call with king high. And he does have the straight draw. I'm surprised Taborski didn't call there. Win on the button with ace 5. Makes it 1.2 million. And it's folded all around. Giuseppe down to 12 big blinds. And there is the chip count graphic showing win with the chip lead 27 million. About 55% of the chips in play. This is win. A7 suited. 1.2 million. Taborski will be defending. 700k to call. Taborski makes the call. Top pair for Taborski. Win checks Taborski. Connects. Goes into the lead. 2.9 million in the pot. $800k and a snap fold from Win. Taborski 20 million, Win 26 million. And Giuseppe sitting on about 6.5 million, I think, which is about 13 bigs. But he's going to be posting big blind and the BB ante, which would leave him with about 5.5 million behind. Win ace deuce on the button. Taborski folds, and Giuseppe actually just under 5 million. 10 bigs behind. King 3. Folds. Taborski on the button. 10-8. Technically, Taborski, the superior player. Mistakes down to the absolute minimum, if any. Limps here on the button with 10-8. Giuseppe. Well, I'm surprised he's getting involved here with the 4 deuce off, but he's getting a big price, but he may not see a flop. Win checks his option. King Jack of spades. Open ender for both Giuseppe and Taborski. So we might see action here. Well, I think Taborski calls this. Open ender. I mean, he's in great shape, Taborski. Probably thinks he's up against a pair. And his 10 is good, his 8 is good. 4 or 9. Makes the call. And he sees he's in absolute wonderful shape. But Giuseppe has outs. And he 3 for a straight. 6 of diamonds. Well, that gives the flush draw to Taborski to go along with his open ender. And it's over. Elimination for Giuseppe. 10 high plays. Great performance from Giuseppe. I think that Jack 7 hand, I think he will regret how he played it. But you got to hand it to him. Great performance. You could see Win celebrate there. Look how close this is. 26 million for Win, 26 million for Taborski. And if I'm honest, I think the two best players got heads up here. We're going to take a very fast break and come back for the heads up battle. Do join us.
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. You can see we are down to just two players head to head here at the Swiss Poker Open final table, and it couldn't be much closer. Win sitting on 26 million, as is David Taborski. Nothing between them, not even a full blind. Big blind is 500,000. So both players with 50 bigs. Still plenty of play. But I would not expect this to go much longer. Both top quality players. That's the TD Richard giving the direction to the dealer to deal on. This is Win. What a performance. He really went up the gears nicely. Look at this beautiful watch. Trophy. And of course there's the 92,250. Difference of 32,000 euro between second and first. Second place will take home 60,300. Quite incredible really when you think it's just a 500 euro buy-in. Taborski, of course, the more experienced, technically the stronger player. But don't write this guy off, Win. He has shown some incredible moves. I don't know how he got Giuseppe to fold two pair a couple of orbits ago, but it's exactly what happened. Win here with 8-5 Taborski. With King Eye, first blood to Taborski. Takes the lead straight away. This guy has been around the block. Hugely experienced tournament player. He's just so knowledgeable. Not the kind of opponent you want to play against. Pure granite. So stubborn, so sticky. Real quality reader of the game. And great position here. Heads up for another massive title to add to his resume. And what a payday. will be the biggest payday of his career if he was to go on and win it and win. Less experienced, but showing a lot of ambition, a lot of determination. It's a big moment in both players' careers, huge moment. Let's be honest. Close to six figures. It's massive payday by anyone's standard. Players just getting exact count win here with Queen Jack on the button.
Please, one more try.
Dvorsky, 27 million, but nothing between these two guys. Average stack is 26 million. David Taborski on the button position here. Of course, he can afford to smile. He's locked up 60,000 plus, and the potential of winning 92,250 on the button here, 9-6. It's gone check, check. Win with none of this, but he leads out and steals it.
Okay, you want half level. 25. Now 1 hour. Now 1 hour. 20 minutes. For you? For you.
For
Okay.
me, it's 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Possible 20 minutes.
You want 20 minutes?
Yeah, so try 20 minutes.
Okay.
No, na zvýšení se dají zvýšit blindy. To taky víš co, protože je to hrozně líp a my už nechcem hrát dlouho a nechcem to točit na slepo.
Opýtam sa ešte raz, dobre? 20 minút a chcete posunúť nejakého dopredu, hej?
Jo, jo.
Koľko?
We can play blinds 1 million, 800,000 or 1 million big blind. What do you mean? All in, or let's finish. It's no good for stream, but if it's not good for stream, he will play 1 million big blind, will be fast. Okay, 1 million big blind.
1 million big blind.
Yeah, 20 minutes, 1 million big blind. We do like that. Now 1 million, next time. Now, next. No, 2 minutes. Next level, must be next level.
Raise 2 million.
Ja, aber schlecht für Stream. Oh. 20 Minuten Level 1 Turbo heads up.
Flush draw for win. Dvorsky with none of it. And a 3 million bet from win takes down the pot. From what I could hear, the players were talking numbers. I'm not sure, have they done a deal or what's going on? Officially, I don't think deals are allowed officially. Not on TV tables. I can understand why it takes the entertainment value out. Players are chopping up the money. And I think Dvorsky just getting the news, no deals allowed. So, King Deuce on the button for Dvorsky. Win. In the big blind with King 7. 393.
Let's play 30 minutes blind. Plus 1 hour. Betting 35 and 40.
Now, pocket jacks for win.
All in.
All in.
No, sorry.
Moves all in with the jacks. Looking for action, doesn't get it. Dvorsky, 5 high.
Big blind.
No, what is it? 43 minutes. What is it?
It's a new level for the XM.
You get the feeling it's not going to take much for this money to go over the line.
255.
Dvorsky, suited king, he's going to continue. King 6 of clubs.
Raise 1.5.
Makes it 1.5 million. Win folds the king 4 off.
New blind 300, 600.
Now, Win on the button with a pocket pair.
1.5. Call.
Call. One time on the flop.
Taborski with 10-6 of clubs. Defends 50-50 exactly. Good shot for Taborski. Win continues. Taborski's going to stick about, I expect, for one straight. 7 for the straight. 10 likely to be good.
Check. No, I speak. No.
And Taborski going to steal this one. Win folds the pair. Taborski, chip leader. Not much in this. Blind still. Well, blinds are now 300,000, 600,000. Taborski posting small blind. Action on Taborski. First to speak pre-flop. On the button posting small blind. And Jack 5 of clubs. 9-6 for Win. And Win raises up here with the 9-6 off. Taborski not finished with this hand. He is suited, does have position. He puts in the call. Taborski with the flush draw. Win with absolutely none of this. Oh, this is a big card. Open ender for Win. And the flush for Taborski. Massive hand. Well, he said all in. I don't believe this. Win has moved all in with the open ender. Taborski's not going to fold. He's not folding the flush. Third nuts. He's going to be calling here. This is for 32,000 euro. He says call and Win is dead. We have a winner. And Win, a little bit disgusted with himself. It was a big card. I didn't expect the all-in rip. It's over. 100% check mark beside Taborski's Jack 5 of clubs. The dealer will confirm the situation. 32,000 euro. The difference between first and second. I hate to sound like a know-it-all, but I fancied this guy from early doors. What a display. Did have all the chips, let's be honest. He started the final table as chip leader. Never really looked in danger. Getting congratulated by one of the head floor persons, Teresa. Win, runner-up. Players after 3 long grueling days of poker, but they will get the maximum rewards. That's your winner, David Taborski. He is the Swiss Poker Open main event champion, and nobody can say he doesn't deserve it. €92,250. Part of that payout, of course, is the 10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. The dealer just setting up the winner's graphic. It's a pretty extraordinary end. That's Emil Abise. Had a very deep run in this event. Emil, one of the organisers, huge character in the Swiss poker community. Beautiful Swiss watch. And Taborski's name goes on that Champions Trophy. The money will come and go, but the title lasts forever. And you can see former winners' names etched into the trophy. There's the winning hand. Jack 5 of clubs. I mean, it was an easy decision in the end. It was quick and it was painless. That shove from Wynn. Quite unexpected, to be honest. Picked up an open ender and just let rip. That's it. We're going to be signing out. Thanks for tuning in.